Hello, good morning. Hello. We're not live streaming. He's coming in. Good morning.
Yes, so
Right.
everyone is here, so are we still going with?
All right, so
Correct.
we're gonna start with him, but then we're gonna switch it up a little bit. Actually, we're gonna put Richardson second.
Okay,
We're gonna put Neely third,
okay,
and then we're gonna follow the order that we had initially.
okay,
All right,
okay, great.
thank you.
You're welcome.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, Joy Chance,
Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Jonathan from Rosario, 427232.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the full application for Jonathan Clement Rosario, inmate number 427232. He is serving a sentence of 20 years suspended after 8 years, followed by 15 years of probation for 2 counts of sexual assault second and 2 counts of illegal sexual contact with a victim under 16. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of April 18th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender and has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the short-term SO program on 11/29/23. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Using the static 99R, the offender's overall score for sexual offense recidivism falls within the low to moderate range. Mr. Permit Rosario, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Hello and good morning, and God bless you all. If you don't mind, I would like to read something that I wrote.
Please, get started.
My name is Jonathan Inmate Rosario. I'm sorry, I'm like really nervous. And I'm sharing this letter with you today with a clear mind, a humbled heart, and a deep sense of remorse. I stand before you today asking for your compassion and begging for your opportunity to return to society, not as the man I once was, but as a whole person who has learned from his mistakes and will strive to work very hard every single day to make amends for what I've done. I understand that, I am not a perfect man. I made a lot of mistakes, and I was, very bad in the choices that I've made, and I really am sorry, and I know that my sorry will not probably suffice the damages that I have done, and it was totally inappropriate.
Well, it was
I know that.
illegal, so.
It's very illegal, and I'm very sorry. I really am.
Okay, so Mr. Vermont, we're looking for you to share with us why you believe you deserve parole.
In my time incarcerated and just dealing with the abuse of the inmates here and the population, I've learned to understand that, it's very hard in here, and this is not the lifestyle I would like to live. It's not the lifestyle I would like to be a part of. I really do want to go out there, and I want to work very hard. I want to go back into working into the warehouse distribution.
Okay, well, we'll get into your release plan, but if you could focus your comments on why you believe you deserve parole. What have you done to address your issues that make you suitable for release?
So I've participated in church gatherings. I've done multiple mental health groups as a mentor and as a participant as well during Cheshire, when I was in Cheshire, incarcerated there. I tried to write to several different other programs to get into them, and they also told me to be patient in my time, and it didn't defer me at that time. I still went and engaged into going to the library to further my knowledge. I engaged in conversation with the men here that are taking the Second Chance Pell program. I actually just recently got accepted into the Second Chance Pell program. I am currently working as a tierman. I have actually 3 now good work reports.
Yes, we've seen them, sir. If you're looking for them, we have already seen them.
Oh no, I just actually got another one. Last night the officer literally was like, "Hey, listen, I like how you work," and I was like, "Oh, I appreciate you, but I can't scan it in, but I have one right here. I have another one right here, and another one right here." In the last one, he did say that I do carry myself with respect and a sense of maturity. He did state that I do not give any problems in the unit, and I am a role model to my unit. Not only have I worked, I've also I like to be kind of like a voice to anyone that's in need in the facility. I do like to be compassionate to other people, and I have learned the word empathy and what it actually means, and to honestly just try to give back as much as possible. I know I was supposed to take voices, and I haven't gotten to that because I've written to them, and I've just been placed on the waiting list, and I've been waiting. I have several request forms from 2022 to now. writing to the program.
So are you ready for us to begin asking you questions that we've prepared based on the documents that are available to us?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
So, Mr. Permain Rosario, thank you for taking the time to write the comments. I guess my first question for you is, you express a deep sense of remorse. Remorse for what?
I have remorse for engaging in sexual contact with 2 minors. It was very inappropriate. It was wrong. I should have known better, but I know now, and I will never do something like that ever again.
Did you know how old the victim was?
There was 2 separate victims, and after doing my paperwork and everything myself and checking into my legal work and all that stuff, the age of one victim was 14, the other was 12. It was wrong. It really was.
So you participated in the short-term sex offender program. So what
Yes.
did you learn?
I learned that I did have a problem with sex. I was seeking some type of recognition from a partner, and I seeked it in the wrong area, and it was under, you know, I'm sorry. I learned that, you know, inappropriate behavior can lead to very, very bad consequences. I learned that what I have done will probably and most likely damage these young girls' lives, probably forever. I wish I could take it back. I really wish I could. I really wish I could not have hurt them. And I definitely know I probably hurt more than just them, their families. The city of Waterbury, my peers, my friends, my loved ones.
So, Mr. Permain Rosario, were you able to identify your risk factors?
I've had struggles with alcohol in the past and smoking marijuana. I understand that that's a risk factor to me, and I know that I must stay away from that, and I have no problem with staying away from that. I do know that I at one point did have an issue with trying to seek a life partner, and seeking it in the wrong ways was probably most likely through sex and drugs and all that stuff. And I know that I don't need that now.
Well, in terms of trying to seek a life partner, have you figured out what are the appropriate ways to go about seeking one? And can you share that with us?
No problem. I know that in order for me to actually find a life partner, she has to be of age. I know that she must have a good head on her shoulders. There must be a respect level between the both of us. There must be an understanding. And I should be fully honest to the core with that person, as well as vice versa.
What else?
I learned that, consent is the big thing. Consent is a very huge thing. And regardless of whether she wants to be consensual or not, I must respect what she wants at the end. And ultimately, it falls down to just really caring for a person and also caring for myself as a man and individual. Because in order for me to love someone else, I must love myself.
What do you think were your personal issues that you had?
I'm sorry, the video kind of lagged.
What do you think were your personal issues that you had besides the alcohol and marijuana? And I'm referring to relationship issues.
All my life in my relationships, I've been verbally abused, physically, mentally abused. At one point, I had to admit myself into a hospital because I was being so taken advantage of that I didn't feel that I had to like be around anymore. I didn't feel worthy, and just being pushed down to a level of just depression has been the baseline of me just being everywhere and doing everything inappropriately, doing everything wrong, seeking drugs, seeking an outlet. And I know that, as I stated before, in order for me to actually feel happy within myself, I must love myself and I must accept myself for who I am in order for me to be kind and better, not only for other people.
So when you said you were previously verbally and physically abused, by who?
I had a past relationship with a girl named Yesiara Vargas, and
Wait, I don't need the name.
oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was past abused within a relationship with a woman who was pregnant at the time. It was not my child. And she was very hands-on abusive. She would burn me with cigarettes. She would slap me. She broke my glasses a couple of times. She would kick me out the house. And because she was pregnant, I wouldn't try to fight to petition for the apartment that I was staying in. I felt that she's a woman. She has a baby. She shouldn't be in the streets. She shouldn't have to deal with the ordeal. And I pretty much shouldered that on for as long as I could. It wasn't until I found out that she was actually cheating on me with another person and her baby father, that it really took a toll on me, because I've done everything for this girl. I paid for her to have food, her nails, her hair, to have a house over her head. I took care of her baby whenever she would leave.
So how did you do that? Because I thought you were working part-time.
So I was working at the Regal Cinemas during the time that I was in a relationship with this girl, and this was back in 2018, 2019. I was working at Regal Cinemas. And I would work from, set hours, maybe till like 12, 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'd walk all the way from the mall to 200 Hill Street. And it would be an ordeal. It's a really long walk, but I would come back and the first thing I would do is ask if they ate, if, she's okay, if the baby's okay. And I would just assume my fatherly roles and, my role as a man in the household, and then get ready to go to sleep and then head off for the next day and get ready to do the next thing all over again. I did have a prior relationship before coming into jail, and she was also very abusive verbally. And
Current victim?
No, not the victim. Not the victim. I was in a prior relationship with another woman. This is later down the line. This is before the night of my offense and where I went wrong. I was with a younger lady. She was about, I want to say 19 years old, about 20, I believe. The relationship was okay. It was healthy. It wasn't really bad until I found out that she got pregnant. But it wasn't my child. Again, it was another person's child. I didn't know that it was mine or not. And she swore that it was my child. And so, I again assumed fatherly roles and took her into my home. Worked very hard. I had 2 jobs at that time where I was working at McDonald's and I was working at the car wash. And that's where things kind of spiraled out of control.
So what were you doing leading up to the current offense?
I was working. I was working at a car wash. I was just left my job at McDonald's and I was just fully part-time at the car wash at Happy Hand Car Wash in Waterbury. And I was just working, going home, and doing everything that I could possibly do until my ex started to be very verbal and she would start to leave the house at random times and like just really be very volatile towards me. So I started to try to seek an avenue to try to vent, and this led me to actually open up with one of the victims of my case.
How did you meet the victim?
I met one of the victims through a mutual friend, and we started to contact on Snapchat.
And then what happened?
Everything was just okay at the time. It was just conversation, and I was just venting. And after that, it went from just talking and being just like, friendly. It would start to develop into a more like intimate relationship.
When did you find out how old she was?
After I went over her house and she and I had engaged in like foreplay.
He didn't tell you before?
The second victim did tell me before, and I cut it off after talking with her and never talked to her ever again.
But you had already had a sexual relationship with her.
I had engaged in mouth-to-mouth kissing and oral sex with her, and then she told me her age, and I said, I don't want to ever talk to you ever again.
And you didn't ask her anything if she was a virgin or any of that?
During the time, yes, I had. And
you didn't have intercourse with her on separate occasions?
The only time that I actually had any type of intercourse with her was the first time we ever met, and only thing I did was, like I said, I had oral sex with her, and I inserted my finger inside her.
Well, according to the victim, you had sexual intercourse with her at least 3 or 4 times.
That was probably my other victim. I have 2 separate victims in my case.
I understand.
Mm-hmm.
And you were how old?
I was 26 at the time. That's a humongous age bracket, and it was very, very wrong. I know. It's very disgusting.
So, for me, Mr. Fernando Rosario, I feel that you need to complete the Voices program. I really do. Because it is only then I think you will understand the serious nature of what you did, the impact of the victim and the victim's family, and even your own family. Now, Do you have any children?
No.
Wave your hand, Mr. Vermont. Thank you.
I was under the impression that I did have a child with my ex, but it came to find out that it wasn't my child, it was someone else's. And I went to court for it and removed my name and a guardianship from it. I know that I must complete voices to be completely OAB compliant. I do understand that wholeheartedly, but I also feel like I would benefit more from more programs outside.
Why?
I have access to more resources, and I can be able to not only take just one program, but several others, and also better counseling. I actually do want to get seek actual help with a mental health provider.
And why weren't you able to do that during your incarceration?
I've spoken out several times to be seen, to talk, to just vent. And here it's honestly just a waiting game. I don't really have, I'm at the discretion of the people in this facility. As I stated before, like I said, I have several request forms from 2022 to 2024 seeking to get into voices, seeking to get into vocational programming, just anything that I could do just to learn, abide by my time, and also gain experience so I can prepare myself much more better for when I go home.
So you didn't receive any mental health therapy while in DOC?
Mhm.
And when did that stop?
When my level was, I believe my level was dropped down, I wasn't frequently seeing my mental health provider as much. I did go through loss, and the last time I spoke to her was when I lost my best friend and like a family friend of the family, and it was hard. We spoke about it, and I understand that that person's in a better place now, and I can't fault myself. I can only just remember the good things that they brought to me, and the only things that I can actually take onto me and take into my life.
So the last time you received therapy was July of this year.
Mhm.
Did you felt the need? Did you go back and request?
After talking with my provider, it was stated that I would probably come back every month or so after. And I have not seen my provider ever since then after that. And when I needed to see my provider, I would reach out and I would be called.
So your theory now is that whatever other treatment that you feel that you need, you prefer to access it in the community. Is that what you're saying?
It would be, I feel it would be a little bit more monumental for me, because I'd be able to not only just take something similar to voices, I can also do like other programs, like maybe drug treatment programs to just stay out there, just to gain access, peer mediation. I would be able to go to groups more frequently, and basically do everything I have to do to just be a better citizen.
Okay. Well, I have no further questions for you, so thank you for answering my questions today.
You're welcome.
So, Mr. Herman Rosario, what we're doing today is making a decision about whether it's appropriate for you to finish the 8 years you have to serve out in the community on discretionary parole, and we have to make that decision in light of the interest of public safety. So there's some inconsistent information across the evaluations that we have. Are you currently in a relationship, sir?
I was in a relationship at the time. I'm no longer in a relationship no more with the girl I was speaking to. We broke up.
The question is, are you currently in a relationship
No,
with anyone?
no, not right now, no.
Okay. So do you remember having a mental health evaluation last month?
Yes, where I spoke to my provider about having a fallout with my girlfriend at the time. And I explained to her that I had an issue with like an argument that we had, and she said something wrong to me. I said something wrong to her, and we had to have a space thing, and then she didn't want to be with me no more.
Okay. In the mental health evaluation, you reported you have a girlfriend of 3 years and she is your primary support.
Yeah, she's no longer
So
part
in
of my.
November, you had a girlfriend. Do you remember being interviewed by Officer Dunkley?
Yes,
When was that?
that was last month. I believe last month.
Okay, so also in November, and you reported to her that you were single.
Yeah, we broke up around that time. It was really kind of on and off kind of thing. Like she'll talk to me, but it's not more of like a girlfriend boyfriend thing anymore.
Is this Ms. Lopez you're referring to?
No, it's not Miss Lopez. No, that was my ex before I was incarcerated. We were together before I was incarcerated. Me and her are no longer together.
So you completed the short track sex offender program, and that was November of last year.
Yes.
Okay. And then you had an evaluation by the Connection in April of this year.
Yes.
And when you were asked by the interviewer, when do you know when someone wants to have sex? Do you remember your answer?
I don't really remember too much. It's a while ago.
Okay, so after completing the treatment program, a mere 6 months later, your answer to that question is you don't know when someone wants to have sex with you. So why don't you tell me what a definition of consent is?
The definition of consent is having a verbal agreement upon parties. Two said people can be of same sex or opposite sex, agreeing upon a maybe a context of a conversation or something that must be brought to upon them by said parties. I guess it's.
I'm not even sure I could follow that. So are you saying that this is a verbal agreement between two consenting legal age adults to have sexual contact? No.
It wasn't.
Okay.
It was not. It was not. I was wrong, like I stated before. It was very.
No, I'm asking you for your definition of consent.
Consent is basically giving the person an agreement. Yes, saying yes, that this is what I would like to do.
Okay. And you can be in the middle of intimacy and change your mind, correct?
Yes, you
And
can.
you need to communicate that to your partner that you no longer want to go forward, and that needs to be respected under the law.
Yes.
Coercion and force to have the continuation of the sexual contact is illegal. So a lot of what I read concerned me because you seem to be blaming the victims in your case.
I'm not.
You were the one. Can I finish, please?
I'm sorry.
So in addition to lying to them about your age, you claimed that they came on to you, yet you're sitting here today telling us you knew their ages. So you have, when you finish the 8 years you have to serve of this sentence, you have 12 hanging over your head while you're out in the community doing 15 years of probation with 10 years on the sex offender registry. Are you clear on all of that?
Yeah.
Okay, and you have 2 standing criminal protective orders against you until the year 2070. Can you tell me what you understand that means?
It means I have to stay away from the people and the victims of my case and their families or any loved ones that they have considered their loved ones.
Okay, what does stay away mean?
It means to have no communication at all whatsoever with the victims.
Includes electronic,
Anything.
social media, no sending photos of yourself, no reaching out to third parties, people you have in common, this person that introduced you to one of the victims.
Yes.
You said you, when you were interviewed, that you didn't need treatment because you don't have a problem with sex. Do you understand that problem sexual behavior treatment is about the choices that you're making to violate the laws of our state and harm underage victims who are incapable of consent because of their age?
I understand, and I do not wish to engage in that anymore.
Well, if you dislike prison as much as you've told us you do, then I would think you would want to engage in some serious change. You said in your sex offender program evaluation that you received no gratification from the sexual contact with these 2 victims. Is that the case?
I felt horrible after.
But you were sexually gratified in the moment, or you wouldn't have continued to contact and harm them?
In the moment, it was sexual gratification, yes. After everything was said and done,
After
really,
the fact, I can appreciate that when the consequences came down, that it changed your feelings about it. So I'm looking at your evaluation, and in October of last year, they added good intentions, bad choices to your OAP. I think you really need to take that, sir. I think that could be very helpful for you learning how to think through your decision-making process. Okay, I have no more questions for you. Mr. Sosowskis?
Yeah, good morning, sir. My colleagues have asked most of the questions. There was just a couple of things that I wanted to touch on. You mentioned marijuana and alcohol, and I read the police reports, and it does appear that there was, some marijuana use, and it may have contributed to your decision-making, maybe, I don't know, but it seems to be involved a little bit. But, your drug score is really low because you kind of downplay, your problems with alcohol and drugs. I mean, you did mention if you're out in the community, you'd like to do drug treatment. But right now, I don't see that on your OAP, partly because of you're telling, your interview, it sounds like you're saying that you really don't have a drug problem or need for treatment. And then, just let me finish a little bit. When I read your pre-sentence investigation, there's more stuff about drugs in here, how you were using cocaine every 2 to 3 days, and you were in different kinds of hallucinogens to help lift you up. We haven't really touched on that, but it just seems like there's a need for that. And, my concern is sending someone back out to the community that's not, ready and suitable, hasn't addressed some of the problems that may have contributed. Not, I don't blame this all on drugs by any means, but, it's a factor, and it was mentioned in the police reports, So can you just talk about your drug use and what's going on?
So I don't participate in cocaine use or hallucinogens. I don't at all.
Have you ever done that?
No.
Why would you say that in a pre-sentence investigation?
I was probably very, very drunk at the time. I was still somewhat drunk and hungover when they were interviewing me in the police station.
I think this is done by the probation officer through the court at some point during your case, not by the policeman. But regardless, your claim today is that you were using alcohol, it sounds like, quite a bit, and marijuana.
I frequently used alcohol, and it was only in spurts whenever I was very depressed. And I've had a pattern. When I've lost my mother, I went through a spurt of drinking, and it caused me to have pancreatitis.
I read that. Yeah, and I mean, it also leads to making bad decisions. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, it does.
So, and that's the part that I'm concerned about, because your decision making throughout this has not been good, and we don't want you to be released in a place where you're making bad decisions again after drinking. So, but so marijuana and alcohol, and so you're saying that you've never used cocaine once every 2 or 3 days. Okay, all right. And then the other thing that I wanted to just quickly mention, because you've answered most of the stuff, is that on July 7th this year, you wrote a note to the parole officer, and you asked him, and this was good on your part, how you could be better prepared for your parole hearing. Like, what could you do to make yourself a better candidate? It's smart to say, right? So your parole officer responded to take programs and also not to get any DRs. He responded only a couple days later. And then 2 weeks later, you received a disciplinary report in July 23rd. So I'm just trying to understand how that came about when you just asked him what to do, and he responded, and then you do the opposite. So what happened with that disciplinary report in July?
It was a disciplinary direct order, and what happened was I was in mass movement, coming back from Chow, and I just saw an old buddy of mine from the streets, and I was just like trying to tell him how I got here and how I got to the facility and stuff, and I didn't know at the time that you cannot stand on the porch area of the block of the dorm. And Officer Paulton came and he told me, and instead of giving me a letter intake, he gave me a Class B disciplinary direct order. It was totally my fault, I understand.
So in August, you wrote that you wanted to have the Voices program. That was in August. But you see what happens with these disciplinary reports. You get in a situation that you're not going to get programs. You know what I mean? So I know you've complained and you've been writing for programs and stuff, but some of that is your own doing with these disciplinary reports. Do you understand how that works? Yeah.
Yes.
If you want to get through this and get the programs you need and the help you need, so that you can be, a citizen that lives in a community crime-free, you need to start by not getting disciplinary reports, and that way you can take the programs and you get to a place where you're ready. You understand that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
All right. So we're done with the questions at this point. So give us just a few minutes. We're going to discuss your case and make our decision. Ms. Chance?
So today, Mr. Fernando is accepting the responsibility that he previously blamed both victims and said they lied about their age. So that was wrong.
And came on to him.
And, the blame about how they came on to him. And so he set up the short-term sex offender program, but was not really able to say how he benefited from the program. In looking at the connections evaluation, where Mr. Fernando Rosario said he did not need treatment because he didn't have a problem with sex, but that was after he completed the short-term sex offender program. So that kind of leads me to wonder exactly what benefits he gained from the short-term sex offender program. He was not able to give a definition of what consent means, although he said it was mutual agreement with the partner. But it seemed to be a contradiction between the short-term program that he completed in 2023, the connections evaluation that they did in April of this year, in addition to that, she received the DR, as my colleague said, for disobeying a direct order in July, and did not understand the relationship between the reason why he could not participate in programs that he really needed to take because of the DR. So you were scheduled to take voices, and then they added the good intention, bad choices. So for me, I think Mr. Fermante Rosario needs to complete the voices, good intention, bad choices, and the addiction services program, because when I read in the PSI, you were using marijuana, alcohol, PCP, cocaine, and ecstasy. Those were all identified in the PSI. So today you're saying that, occasionally you use alcohol and marijuana only when you're depressed is contradictory to what the PSI said.
I used marijuana
Oh.
every day.
Please don't interrupt.
You need to take an addiction services program. So there is also a little bit of contradiction about your DOC mental health evaluation, where you were doing individual therapy. That ended in July of 2024, but you did not reach back out if you felt the need for additional therapy. So Mr. Fermante Rosario needs to spend whatever time he has left to complete appropriate programs and really look at the seriousness of the offense and realize the serious impact to the victims. So it's a deny for me, and I don't have him coming back.
It's a deny for me as well. I just don't see that he has prepared himself to be successful out in the community. I appreciate that he wants to do programs when he's out in the community. He certainly will be required to do so. But I don't find him suitable at this time. Mr. Sosowskis?
Yeah, I agree. I did hear him starting to make some changes and recognizing the damage that he's done, but he's just not, for me, at an adequate level of change, and he's not completing the proper programs. And he did some of this to himself by getting these disciplinary reports. So for me, it's also denial today.
Okay.
So I had major and inadequate institution program participate in any event.
I also had poor institutional adjustment.
Me too. I had poor institutional adjustment also.
Okay. And we're not bringing him back.
Not me.
Is that correct, Mr. Sosowskis?
Yeah, I mean, he has a long time left here, right? So to 2028. It sounds like from what we're saying, we're gonna require 3 programs. One of those could be very lengthy, depending on which one they put him in for addiction services.
I was thinking June of 2026.
Yeah, I mean, he's gonna need some time. So if it's gonna bring him back, it's gonna have to be a little bit of time to
Offset the,
yeah.
and that could afford at least a higher level of supervision for about 1.5 years to get the problem sexual behavior program taken care of and get his start on the registry, especially because he doesn't have a sponsor.
I would agree to that.
June of 2020.
Yes.
Okay. And we'll note that you will note that you do not support that. Okay. All right. So in the matter of Jonathan Fremont Rosario, inmate number 427232, there is a motion to deny parole at this time due to the nature and circumstances of your offense, inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. I further move that we will rehear you in June of 2026 with a recommendation that you remain free of any additional disciplinary issues and that you complete the additional programs on your OAP and meet with addiction services for an assessment to put you in a tier program. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
I know we're not supposed to vote on read here. All right, so that's the best we could do for you, Mr. Vermont. We're going to give you another try at this in June of 2026. And we expect you to come prepared with a release plan and be able to explain how you've benefited from the programs you've completed.
This concludes the hearing for Jonathan Vermont Rosario, inmate number 42723. You're all set, Mr. Vermont. Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance.
Robert Sazowskis, good morning.
Also present is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Kenneth Richardson, 437-521.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Kenneth Richardson, inmate number 437521. He is serving a sentence of 10 years suspended after 25 months, followed by 5 years of probation for violation of standing criminal protective order, attempt to commit burglary third, and assault third. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of May 10th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs. Domestic violence on 9/12/2024. He is currently participating in the Tier 4 program as of 11/4/2024 with an estimated completion of July 4th, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range risk of recidivism. Mr. Richardson, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
I feel I deserve an opportunity to be granted parole today because throughout my incarceration, I had much time to work on myself and think about my previous actions. I've attended programs and gained skills that I can apply to my life daily to never put myself in this predicament again. I learned about different types of abuse, how to think situations through and take time and walk away in different triggers. And that anger is an excuse. I also participate in groups beyond what I'm here for that help me gain deeper understanding of how this process impacted my life. Not only impacted my life, but my family's too. When I was 3 years old, my father was taken from me and put into prison, causing me to be raised without a father. And I realized that same pain I felt growing up, I'm now causing on my daughter, who was 3 years old upon my incarceration. I've taken full responsibility, and chances of me ever returning here are slim to none. Upon release, I have secured stable employment with American Home Builders, where I will have the support of Rob Hart, who is familiar with my past and is committed to helping me succeed. I've spoken with family members who are fully supportive of my efforts to rebuild my life and continue to help me while transitioning back into society. I understand the seriousness of my past actions, and I'm ready to take full responsibility for my future. There's so much more to life beyond these prison walls that I will never take for granted. I believe I demonstrably rehabilitated myself during my incarceration, and I'm now prepared to re-enter society as a productive citizen. And regardless today, if I'm granted release or not, I will continue to work on myself and continue to be the best version of me I can be. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Madam Chair, I just want to make a correction in regards to eligibility date. I stated that incorrectly. The correction is actually February 9th, 2025.
Thank you, Officer Dunkley. All right, Mr. Richardson. So we've read the documents that were available to us and prepared questions for you. So we'll each take a turn asking you those questions, and we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services and discuss your case, and you'll have our decision this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So can you clarify for me? I know you have a daughter who's about 4. Do you also have a son?
Yes.
Oh, okay. And that's with the victim initials NT?
Yes.
Okay. And she's the one that you threw the cell phone and hit her in the head?
No.
She's the one you broke into her home?
Allegedly, yes.
Oh, so you don't admit that you committed the burglary, or you attempted to commit burglary third?
I never broke into nobody's house, no.
So we have 2 victims in your case, is that correct? And one of them had a protective order against you?
Yes.
Which you violated, but you claim you didn't know there was a protective order?
Yeah, at the time of my arrest, no, I wasn't aware, no.
You have children with both victims?
Yes.
So your conditions will likely prohibit you from having contact with them. How will you go about seeing your children if you desire to?
Excuse me? Can you repeat that?
You will likely be restricted from having contact with the victims of your crimes, but you have children with them. So what kind of approach will you take to visiting your children?
I'll have to have a family member, like my mom or something, go pick them up and see them and, well, get them for me so I can see them.
Is your mom spending time with her grandchildren now?
Yes.
You know, if that it starts not working out, then you need to go to court.
Yes.
And establish your visitation schedule. Okay?
Okay. Yep.
All right. You can't harass these women just because you want to see your children.
I understand.
Okay. All right, because you have stalking in your history. So you're on probation for 3 counts of possession of a controlled substance when you committed these new crimes, correct?
When I committed, no, I wasn't. That was in the past.
No, you were. So you have failed all 3 opportunities you've been afforded at community supervision. Why do you struggle with probation, sir?
Why did I stop going to probation?
Why do you struggle to comply with the conditions of probation?
What was I struggling with?
Well, you were violating. You violated twice in 2017 and again in 2020.
I did, doing the wrong, I don't know, I was doing.
Whatever the hell you wanted to do?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, looks like it. Okay. You said you've learned about different types of abuse and that anger isn't an excuse. You mentioned triggers. What are your triggers that have you being assaulted towards your partners?
Being angry and mental, just being angry and things that's going on in my life. Yeah. My mental, just being angry and things of that nature.
Why are you angry, sir?
Why am I angry? Just like everyday life and struggling with my everyday life and stuff.
Well, life is full of challenges. It's stressful. Part of being an adult is coping with them, but it's unacceptable to take out your anger on your partner, certainly physically, and here you are incarcerated getting a fighting DR.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So how are you going to, you're 29 now, your brain is fully developed. How are you going to learn to regulate your own emotions so that you stay out of prison?
I've learned to think about my actions before acting on them and learning how to walk away, and just I had time to work on myself. So, and I continue to work on myself.
Well, that's also part of being an adult. Every day is an opportunity for some growth.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm thrilled to see you're in the Tier 4 program. How's that going for you?
That's good.
What do you like about it?
Just getting them to open up about things, and
What kind of things? Your childhood?
just like, yeah, my life and stuff. Like, I have a hard time. Like talking about things and opening up, like sharing my history and stuff. So the program helps me.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't do you any good to bottle it up.
Yeah.
Right? You got to work through it so you can let it go. Right?
Yeah. Yes, I learned that.
Good. You don't have a GED. Why not?
I was actually working on my diploma before I came in here. I got yeah, and that's what I was doing before I came here.
Where were you doing that?
Online.
How far did you get?
I was studying. I didn't take the test yet. I was just studying.
Okay. Well, when you finish the Tier 4 program, I'd really encourage you to ask them to put you in school. Then you'd have the supports for your studying, and you could start taking some of the 4 tests that are required to get a GED. I'll tell you, Mr. Richardson, between, so you're in tier 4 and I'm not going to touch that. You need to finish that. You have a daily marijuana habit, Oxycontin that you're using, and, you know, I think it's contributing to your criminal behavior, both your assaultive and your drug convictions. So I strongly encourage you to complete that program, ask them about aftercare. Maybe you'll be a good candidate for continuing that. You know, you really need to do that work for your kids. Because they need to know you, you know, clean and sober. Okay, well, thanks for talking with me, Mr. Sosowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I wanted to talk a little bit about this incident with the cell phone. You know, when the parole officer interviewed you, your version of what took place is not what's in the police report. Do you realize that?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, you say that you tossed the phone to her, kind of like you were just giving it to her, and then it hit her in the head, but she had a substantial injury that required hospital care. I mean, it's hard for me to understand how your circumstance could lead to what the injuries were. And then something else too is that when you were questioned about it, you said that you weren't arguing before that and that you brought her to the hospital. You know, but when I read the police report, it sounds like that you guys were in a major argument and you were getting more and more upset because she was ignoring you. And that, according to the victim and her sister, they both said that the sister drove her to the hospital. So, and you were nowhere around when the police were there at the hospital. You know, it's just very different about what happened. Do you remember what happened that day? Were you arguing?
No, it wasn't.
And you were just giving her a phone and it hit her in the head and then it caused this injury to her. There was blood everywhere around the house. They said all over her clothes, it was on her sister, everything. That was all caused by a happenstance of the phone just falling from her hand and hitting it. There was something else in here that I just wanted to ask you about. The victim with the phone, I don't want to use the names because we all know which of the victims we're talking about. The victim with the phone incident, are you still in a relationship with her now?
Yes.
So she comes and visits you?
No, I never got a visit from her.
You talk
I
to her on the
still
phone?
talk on the phone, yes.
Talk to phone on the phone with her? How's that relationship now?
It's good. There's no
What
problem.
there seems like there was some friction with her family in the past, right? So how's that situation?
Yeah, that's like, they're the ones who made all the statements and stuff. Like, she never had a problem. We never had a problem.
In the police reports, it's not true that they made all the statements. The victim gave a statement to the police in the police report. So that part, I know you've said that before, but that's not what the police report says. So your plan is, I mean, you say that she's one of your main supports. I mean, it's, you know, when we do these cases, when we talk about victims and things, that's not normally part of this. That's what my colleague was talking about earlier, is that it's unlikely that she would be able to be a support for you, because you can understand how that could be a risky situation, right? Because that's why you were incarcerated before. You know, you going back into that situation, you're putting yourself in a very bad situation. Do you understand what I'm saying? When you're on parole and probation, you can't have these kind of arguments and fights happen. You know, when I looked at the other incident with the other victim, there was something in common between the two, and it was that the more they ignored you, the more upset you seemed to become. And it boiled over because they were not engaging you. They were just kind of ignoring. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that happens?
I don't know. They didn't want to talk to me.
Yeah, but I understand they didn't want to talk to you. Why? They're trying to send you a signal, sir, that, you know, let's just take a break. Let's discuss this later, let things cool down. But you're getting more and more upset, and that led to these things. You know what I mean? So, I mean, they both said the same thing. The more that they try to ignore you and just not answer your calls, texts, or just not engage with you, that you just get more and more amped up and, you know, upset. And it just led to these these violent outbursts, you know? I just think you need to understand that, you know what I mean, and what's going on. So that way, when that kind of thing happens again, right, we're all going to have disagreements with people, and you're going to have to be able to deal with that in a different way than what happened in these two cases. You know what I'm saying? In the future, whether it's with whether it's with the victims here because you maintain a relationship with them, or with some other person, or with your friends or whoever, you need to be able to deal with difficult situations when people disagree with you and they want to break, and you can't just let it. And I think some of that has to do with you were talking about not expressing yourself and having trouble talking about things that have happened to you. So I think there's still, some work to do. And it sounds like you're starting to address it, Let me just see if there's anything else in here. I read about this, about your job opportunity, and that's really good that you have that letter in there. So I was appreciative that you were able to supply that. And then, my colleague talked about Tier 4. I also agree. I have a note in here about that I think it's really important you finish that. What happened with this disciplinary report with the fight in June? Can you just tell us about that?
That was something like I had no control over. Somebody punched me in my face and we ended up fighting.
You think there's anything else you could have done where you wouldn't be able to get that ticket? You know what I mean? The tickets don't look good for you when we're looking at.
I mean, like once I was hit, like the only thing I could really do was protect myself. So that's all I could do.
Right, I understand. Well, good luck to you, sir. Those are all the questions I had. I just wanted to walk through. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Chance, any questions?
I wanted to ask Mr. Richardson. So you completed domestic violence. What was your takeaway from DV?
What was my takeaway?
Yeah, what did you learn? What skills?
Like different types of abuse and like learning how to like think about things before acting on them and just like triggers and things. That's it.
So looking back at that fighting ticket that you got in June,
Yeah.
and then completing DV, what else do you think you could have done? And I know my colleague asked you about that. But you didn't seem to think you had a choice.
I walked away from it at first. I did. I walked away. I didn't want anything to do with it. I was just planning on going home. And I was followed to my cube. As you can see in the report, it says it's from the cube 1. That was my cube. I was at my cube and I was followed to my cube, and like he just kept coming at me and until he hit me. And like after that, like there wasn't too much I can do after that.
And you don't think it was important that you could reach out to a CO or someone else?
Yes, I could have did that, yes. But like I tried walking away and one thing led to another.
So what do you think would happen if you were in the community and did the same thing?
If I was in the community and did the same thing?
Yeah, like if someone hit you, what would you do?
I mean, my natural instinct is like to protect myself first. But I don't know. I tried walking away. Like I tried to de-escalate the situation before it gets too far, but call the police. I don't know.
What do you mean try to de-escalate?
I tried to like walk away from things before bad things happen.
I do agree with my colleague, Mr. Richardson. You still have some more work to do on yourself. Okay, so I hope you finished the Tier 4 as Chairwoman Turner said. And what she recommended for you to do is ask for aftercare. Okay.
Okay. Ms. Hamlet Williams, are you with us?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, panel. I do have a statement from the victim in this case, and it reads, "Hello to all. I am writing on behalf of Kenneth Richardson. Me and Kenneth share a 4-year-old daughter together. Me and Kenneth have known each other for over 16 years, and I can't explain the growth he has had in these past 10 months. It was a blessing and a sweet moment to receive a letter stating Kenneth is scheduled for parole. Kenneth has grown so much in every area, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. I am excited for his future. I have no doubt in my heart or mind that he isn't ready. I pray that today you will see the man he is and not the man he was proclaimed to be. Kenneth has missed out on much time with his daughter. I hope today he will be given a second chance. Our daughter's only present on her Christmas list is for Daddy to be home. I am willing to continue to help Kenneth in any way that is necessary. That is needed upon release. Thank you for taking this letter. If Kenneth is released, you won't regret it. I would like to also add, if granted, I do not want any protection order stipulations put in place, as we do have a daughter together and wish to continue to grow our family. Thank you. God bless you all, and happy holidays." Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much, and we appreciate that input. I do want to clarify that Mr. Richardson's eligibility date is not until February 9th of next year. So there is no negotiating coming home for Christmas. And we're sorry about that, but that is his 50% eligibility date. Okay, sir. So just give us a few minutes to discuss your case. What I struggle with Mr. Richardson is his lack of acceptance of responsibility for his actions. I'm really glad that he's identified he has a problem with anger, and I hope he'll continue to work on that in Tier 4 and, open up about the hard times that he referred to. I think he also needs to really look at his insecurities. We all have them, and his get triggered when his partner says, I'm not going to engage. As you pointed out, he really can't negotiate being cut off. And that's because it's uncomfortable. And it's uncomfortable because, he's dealing with some insecurity about whether, not having control and whether that situation is going to turn around or not. So as Ms. Chance said, still has a lot of work to do. And I'm encouraged that he's in the Tier 4 program. It's a great environment to continue doing that hard work on himself that is very much needed. He was wrong. He was on probation when he committed these new crimes.
Yeah.
He now has 2 victims of domestic violence and children with both of them. So he's got a lot to negotiate when he's back in the community. He has a good release plan. He wants to go to his aunt's, and he presented us with a letter indicating he has a job offer waiting for him. So that's all really good. And he finishes this sentence in January, or as he earns credit if his behavior is good. In a year's time, he'll be discharged to 5 years of probation. I'm concerned that he scores high for his risk to reoffend, and that he is yet to be successful on opportunities at community release that he has been afforded. So at this time, my vote is to deny early release to discretionary parole. Mr. Sosowskis?
Yeah, I agree with all of the things that you said. And I am concerned also about his recognizing of what took place and his high score to recidivate. Thank you.
Ms. Chance?
I'm in total agreement with what both the kids said.
So I have nature and circumstance, offenses committed while on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change.
Yeah, I mean, if you know when he didn't have a VR, just a fight. towards social adjustment, but I think that we have enough here.
I think that's
Yeah.
part of the change.
Yeah.
I think, the fact that he completed the domestic violence program, that isn't quite able to explain what he's learned about himself and the choices that he's making, because he's still denying that he committed these crimes. So, all right. So in the matter of Kenneth Richardson, inmate number 437521, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: the nature and circumstances of your offenses. And let the record reflect that Mr. Richardson has gotten up and left the room before the panel has voted on a decision. So we will continue. The nature and circumstances of his current offenses, his offenses being committed while he was on probation, and inadequate evidence of offender change. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
This concludes the hearing for Kenneth Richardson, inmate number 437521. Okay, we'll be with you in 1 second, okay?
No problem.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and, by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance, good morning.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Also present is is the Office of Victim Services. Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Nino Neely, 373601.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Nino Neely, inmate number 373601. He is serving a sentence of 8 years followed by 10-year special parole for assault first. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 10th, 2025. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: Voices, February of 2020, anger management, October of 2019, Embracing Fatherhood, December of 2022, Domestic Violence, April of 2020, which he completed outside of the classroom, Good Intentions, Bad Choices, June of 2022, Second Chance Pell Program, May of 2023, the Quinnipiac College Program, December 11th of 2024, and he is currently participating in a Tier 2 program with estimated completion of 12/26/2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Neely, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you need granting parole. May begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the parole board. I would like today to start off by saying thank you for seeing me this morning. I can openly admit now, when I started this journey, I was nothing more than a lost boy in a man's body. I was looking for any way to place blame on anyone else for the mistakes made that landed me in prison. However, as the years passed by and time ticked away, I was forced to confront the person in the mirror with the truth, which is that only I am to blame. Because I knowingly and recklessly made decisions that almost permanently damaged someone else physically. This forced realization had so many unintended consequences that I will now and always be grateful for. First of which, finally being able to take full accountability and sincerely apologizing to the victim for all my horrendous acts in the past. In my heart, I do not believe that it was my verbal apology that allowed the victim, who happens to be the mother of my 10-year-old daughter, to find the courage to grant me the opportunity to co-parent and be a father to my child. Honestly, I think it was through the action, the change in my behavior and the maturity in my thinking that showed her the true sincerity of my apology. Another unintended consequence was I started taking rehabilitation seriously, and it made it my duty to find purpose in my punishment. So I started requesting to be in every available program. Although the programs that I have participated in during my incarceration have taught me more lessons than I have the time to list off currently, to me, the most important lesson I have learned is that even though I am serving a punishment for my actions by being incarcerated for a period of time, it pales in comparison to the fact that the victim of my crime will spend the rest of her life traumatized in some way by my actions. For that, there is no way to apologize, but I will forever be remorseful. That is not to say there wasn't anything gained from each and every program. In each program, I learned a valuable life-altering lesson. For instance, taking domestic violence, I learned that to take a deeper look into some of the specific incidents when I reacted violently. Quickly, I noticed that there was a pattern. In fact, I was acting off of insecurity, jealousy, and out of fear of being left alone. During one of these deeper looks, I had to admit to myself I was just trying to dictate my past relationships with physical violence because I found comfortability in the control. Once I was comfortable enough to make those confessions out loud to myself, I was actually able to listen and take in the techniques and skills that the instructor was providing me. To first become comfortable with who I am and then learn what a healthy relationship with someone else actually is. In anger management, I was shown that there is always a way to take time and make space to think in any situation, no matter how hectic it seems at first. While in the Voices program, I learned that there were more victims to my crime than the one that suffered directly from my physical actions. And Embracing Fatherhood gave me the tools and skills I need to be an active father to my children, who are also part of the unintended victims. Although I have been in countless NA and AA meetings during my incarceration, I'm currently in Tier 2 drug program, which is teaching me how even the drug marijuana plays a pivotal role in the decision-making process. I used to downplay the drug's effect, but I am beginning to understand how my prolonged use of the drug could have had affected my logical thinking. Of course, I cannot negate the fact that I have received multiple disciplinary tickets during my time incarcerated. I came to prison full of unnecessary anger and guarded, but with each new tool learned, I began to use healthy coping skills to cope with the anger and the disciplinary incidents reduced dramatically. I was even able to remain ticket-free long enough to receive the RREC lump sum. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, I know that being granted parole is an earned privilege, and I need you to know that if I'm granted this privilege, I will use it to show with action that I have grown immeasurably from this experience. Although I have a job lined up for me when I'm released, I plan on utilizing re-entry services to obtain my forklift operator's license to get hired with the company so I can gain financial stability. I would also like to enroll in the C-CARD program in the community and become a recovery coach. I believe full-heartedly that I can make a career helping others through the lessons learned throughout my journey. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen of the parole board, for your time this morning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Neely. You did a good job with that.
Thank you.
Did you spend a lot of time on the statement?
Yes,
Okay, well, it shows you covered a lot of ground.
thank you.
We'll take turns asking you questions that we've developed from the documents that were available to us, and then we'll hear from OVS and we'll make our decision this morning. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, well, we'll begin with questions with my colleague, Mr. Sosowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Hey, I was listening to your statement and, you know, I heard something when you talked about the domestic violence program and you said you learned what a healthy relationship should be like, you know, because this is what we're dealing with. It's all stuff about relationships. So that's an important statement. So I just want to hear a little bit more if you could expand on that. Like, how do you envision a healthy relationship in the future?
Well, open communication, you know, is key. I believe that when I first came in, I couldn't take the word no. I couldn't take, give me a second, or I need space. Domestic violence taught me that it's okay to give up that control. If she needs space, or my partner needs space, or anybody that have a relationship would need space or wants time to think or needs time for themselves, they deserve that.
Yeah, that's very important. It was something I was just talking about before, another case. And those are very important coping skills because these fights and these arguments in domestic violence situations, they don't go from 0 to 100 like it's a gradual thing, right? So you're going to have some warning signs in advance that it's, you know, your disagreement's starting to escalate, right? And that's
Yes.
that's the time during that time before it gets out of hand. That's the time that you need to take a break and get away from the situation. And if they want to get away from the situation at any point, you know, they're giving you a signal, right? That this is, we need to take a break. You know what I mean? So those are important recognitions by you, you know, and takeaways from that class that are important. I read through all the documents in the case and you disagree with some of the facts of what took place. So I just wanted to go over some of the things quickly. Do you remember jabbing the victim in the stomach with a crowbar? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. What about throwing rocks at the victim?
I didn't throw rocks. I had a BB gun in this case.
Yep.
And I had fired the BB gun, and I don't know if it hit her, but I'm pretty sure that that's where those marks came from. Is when that morning I was definitely firing the BB gun.
That was the other question I was going to have. Do you remember shooting the victim with the BB gun? So all of those facts are accurate.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to go over some of it because there was some of the reports were hard for me to understand whether you acknowledged if those were the things you did or not. It sounds like on that day there was some back and forth between different houses or different people moving around. And it sounded like kind of chaotic, you know?
It was.
Yeah. You know, so you talked about your disciplinary reports a little bit, and I'm glad you mentioned that because that was the next thing I was going to talk about. You received 19 disciplinary reports over the course of your incarceration. That's a lot, you know?
Yes.
So, yeah, 5 of those were for making threats or concerning because it's the same kind of behavior, you know what I mean? So when we look at the DRs, I'm looking at like what are you in there for? Is it similar? And then there's some threats and things like that. And you did some threatening in these cases. And one of the threats, you know, it sounds like it took place after you completed the anger management class. Why did you have so much trouble adjusting, like in the beginning?
Like I said, I came in, I was full of anger. at the wrong people. I was full of anger towards staff, towards authority. I wasn't letting the lessons that I was learning sink in. My eyes weren't open yet to the realization of, like, this is harming me. This is harming the people that I love. It's keeping me away from the people that I love and the people that I care about and that matter to me. So as you can tell, like, once I started really utilizing the tools that I was learning from these programs, those type of disciplinary tickets stopped.
Yeah, it's been over a year. I don't think you've had anything, right? When do you think, what was it that made that change? Like, when did that happen? Was it in a class? Do you recall when you decided, you know what, I had enough, this was that, I'm gonna do things different? When did that take place?
Actually the last ticket that I caught for threatening, which was I believe it was in Cheshire, and I ended up getting moved to MacDougall.
Yeah.
And it was just enough. Like, it was just time. I was getting older. I'm 32 years old now, and it was like I'm missing out on vital moments in my children's lives because I'm being hard-headed.
Mm-hmm.
So when I got out of SEC that last time, I made a promise to myself in the cell, like, I'm done.
So have you had the opportunity to talk to other inmates about how you feel about that? Younger people especially that are maybe struggling?
I try to coach sometimes. It's kind of difficult because they're still in that stage of, well, I'm gonna do what I want.
Yeah.
And it's like, you're gonna do what you want, but what is the price that you're gonna have to pay for doing what you want? And are you willing to pay that price? Because it's time.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to come in front of us at some point and then talk about all these things, you know what I mean? And explain why all these things keep happening while they're incarcerated, and then, you know, it makes it more difficult for us, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And then not only that, it makes it more difficult for themselves too, because they have to realize, they have to come face to face with themselves and realize, like, I was wrong. The choices that I'm making weren't right.
So I see you've taken a lot of programs, which is really good. It's what we look for. What kind of programs do you think helped you the most?
Embracing fatherhood.
Yeah.
I'm also enrolled right now in a CLICK program, and it's an outreach program between fathers and their children. And
you guys,
I feel like
you read together, right? Is that the one you read?
Yeah, yep. And I feel like that showed me that I need to be there. Like, I need to be in my child's life. And that's what really changed my whole behavior, my whole mindset.
What about tier 2? You're in that now, right?
I'm currently in tier 2. And that's actually the reason why I want to be a recovery coach, because I'm learning that drugs play a pivotal role in everybody's day-to-day behavior, especially when you're under the influence of certain drugs.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about the things with domestic violence, recognizing when there's a problem and then making good decisions. It's not as easy to do. You understand, when you're using marijuana or alcohol during that time, or any of the drugs, right? Your decision making is not the same. You might not even see the risk and the warnings that are coming your way, you know? So let's talk about this last one. Looks like August 2023, the Pruno ticket. What was going on?
I was selling Pruno in the dorm. I know that it was the wrong decision to make, but I fell into hard times when it came to money, and somebody tapped me like, hey, this is an easy way for you to make money. I regret making the decision now. I've been down at that point for about 5 years, and I never had a ticket like that. I never even had an incident like that. So it's like, it was out of the ordinary for me to do that.
Yeah, it's not a good look. You know, what you're describing, and someone came up to you and approached you about making easy money. Those are the stories that we hear about people that are drug dealers in the community. You know what I'm saying? You're saying the same exact thing. So, that just leads me to, like, when you're out and you can't find a job because of your record or whatever, and somebody offers you some easy way to make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So so it's just not a good look,
So in that incident, that's what I learned from that. Like, all right, if this can easily land me in SAG, there's fentanyl, there's heroin that's killing people that can land me in jail for the rest of my life. So instead, I'd rather be broke eating steak trays and not have to be in SAG, missing more time with my family. And I'm sitting in SAG thinking, like, you just stop getting in trouble and threatening and going to SAG for a whole 2 years to just revert back to this and get in trouble.
Yeah. How do you think you've changed, like, overall, since you've been incarcerated? I know the beginning was a little rough, but how do you feel different?
I've matured a lot. Like, I view things differently. I take my time to think decisions through now. It's just anybody that knew me when I was 26 or 22, 25, they would look at me now and see a completely different man.
What's your relationship? You have a child with the victim? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yes.
So what's your relationship? I don't want to use any names, but what's your relationship with the victim now? What's that like?
We have a respectful co-parenting relationship. I call at least 3 times a week to speak with my child. We've come to an agreement with visiting when I am released. I feel wholeheartedly that she's forgiven me for my actions. I know that for the rest of my life, I'll be working towards making her feel like it's okay to be around me. I know that was a traumatic event. No matter how much time is going to pass, that will always be a traumatic event for her. And I hope that in time, she'll be okay.
Okay. So, I mean, what's your plan when you talk about visiting? Like, at some point you're going to get out. How are you going to negotiate that so you don't have any more problems? Like, do you have somebody in between that can help facilitate that?
Yeah. So I have a very good relationship with her mother, okay. And I talk to her mother almost on a weekly basis. Just letting her know how I'm doing in jail, and we've gotten a very good bond by doing that. So I'm pretty confident in, like, if we need to mediate anything, that I can go to her mother and talk to her mother.
Okay. So you're taking some college classes now, right?
Yes.
What classes are you in right now?
Right now I'm currently in the criminal justice field, I guess, but it's how criminology affects America. And we basically talked about the statistics of, like, every aspect of who goes to jail.
You're part of those statistics. You've added to that. You understand that?
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah. So that's at Quinnipiac?
Yes.
All right. And you have plans to continue to do that, like when you're out, to go to some college?
Well, I plan on enrolling in the CCAR program, and that's recovery coaches. And I really want to pursue that field so I can help others, so they don't make the same mistakes or choose the same choices that I once did.
Okay. And so have you met with CCAR already in the facility?
Well, I've talked to Ms. Slope, and I've applied for CCAR here. I haven't received anything back, but I'm hopeful that once I complete tier 2, she'll reach out to me.
Okay. And do you go to NA or AA meetings there?
In the facility, no, I actually have a little group that I meet with in the dorm. And we discuss, between ourselves, like the 12 steps and trying to help each other recover from past drug uses.
So during the interview, there was something with the parole officer that struck me. You mentioned that you have power within the community. You remember saying that? I'm trying to understand what that means.
Well, I'm in the community that I'm from, I'm well known. So a lot of people gravitate towards me, and they usually want to talk to me or approach me about something when something's happening in the community. So
How did that come about? Seems
well, I'm from a projects in Waterbury, and I was born and raised there. So I grew up there. When I left to college, I came back and I moved right back into the same projects. So
Where did you go to
to
college?
The Art Institute of Pittsburgh.
How long did that last?
I went there for a year.
Okay, that's good. You lived there when stayed there for a whole year? Yeah.
No, I lived there for 2.5 years. I actually was employed after college.
And what kind of art do you do?
Culinary.
Okay, I see. So let's talk about your work and where you're going to live at when you're released. What's your plan?
Well, I'll be staying with a friend in Waterbury, and I have a couple jobs lined up doing construction. I have a job lined up if that doesn't work out, because I know if I get released anytime soon, it's the wintertime and construction is pretty slow. So I have a friend that can give me a job rearranging ShopRites in different locations in Connecticut. And then I plan on enrolling in CCAR to hopefully become a recovery coach.
Okay. Well, I think there was a letter from your friend, right? Your sponsor.
Mm-hmm.
How do you? Yeah, the other person. How do you know that person?
Tyra Brown.
Yeah.
I've known her since middle school, and we've just had a friendship since middle school.
Do you have any romantic intent with her?
No.
And you're clear with her about that?
Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for answering my questions. I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues and see if they have any questions for you, okay?
Thank you, yes.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance?
Do you think the sentence is fair?
Pardon me, I couldn't, the microphone is breaking up.
Do you think your sentence is fair that you received?
Yes.
You remember saying to the judge that you thought it was excessive because there was no major or permanent damage done to the victim?
Yes.
You no longer think it's excessive?
No.
What changed your mind?
The fact that I learned about the traumatic effects that my actions did have, and that's going to last, like I said in the letter, that's going to last a lifetime. I only have to do 7 years in prison. Eventually, this time is going to end, and she'll continue to go through the traumatic events.
8 years, sir.
8 years, I apologize, 8 years.
Okay.
So you said you've matured a lot and you now think things through. When did that maturity come about?
It was a process. I feel like even today, I'm still learning and maturing.
So, why were you selling Pruno last August?
I didn't have any money.
But I thought you said you're matured and you think things through.
That was one of the progressions.
Where do you think you stand today in terms of the seriousness of the assault that you committed against this victim and the programs that you've taken, and try to be honest?
I feel disgusted. Like, I feel like I know that I can never take it back. I have a child of my own. I hope she never goes through that. And that's one of my biggest fears now, is that I have to wake up and receive that phone call that she has gone through that. So I hope that I can help the people around me to learn better, to make better choices, and that physical violence is never the answer.
You know, Mr. Neely, you strike me as a pretty intelligent person. So I'm wondering why it is that you never realized before that this offense that you committed against the victim would not only impact her, but her family, your community, your children.
I wasn't thinking that far ahead. Up until Voices, honestly, I wasn't even thinking about other victims. When I first committed this crime, I thought I only committed a crime against one person. I only had one victim in this case. As time progressed and I really started realizing a lot of people suffer from my crime, not only the people that you named, but the grandmother of my children. They both have to shoulder the burden of my absence. There's friends and family that have to shoulder the burden of taking care of my kids. And a lot of people that I've lost.
Who is your support system in the community?
Well, I have an uncle. I have Tyra, the grandmother of my children. I have a couple family members in Waterbury. I have an extended support system in the Bridgeport area. I have a sister and her grandmother in Bridgeport. So I believe that they'll provide me with guidance when I am in the community.
Okay. Well, thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Neely. I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so Mr. Neely, a couple of things. There was an incident prior to the crowbar and BB gun incident where you repeatedly punched the same victim in the stomach. That was in April of 2018. Was that because you both were trying to figure out whether she was pregnant?
No, that had nothing to do with her claiming to be pregnant or me thinking that she was or wasn't pregnant.
Okay. She had just informed you that she thought she might be pregnant, but hadn't yet taken the pregnancy test. And you two got in an argument and you punched her multiple times in the stomach. Why would you choose to do that?
I'm pretty sure that when that incident happened, I probably assaulted her in other places other than the stomach. But the victim in this case is the mother of my first child. And I wanted a relationship with her. I wanted more children with her. So for me to intentionally punch her in the stomach would be contradictory to what I wanted.
Okay, well, it certainly looked like you were doing your best to induce a miscarriage. So you you know, I don't know that I've seen before someone standing before a judge trying to argue down an assault 1 with extreme indifference to human life down to an assault 2nd. You know, and the judge explained to you that this was tantamount to a home invasion, which would have carried its own sentence. But your no major or permanent damage done to the victim argument seems a little specious given what we're talking about today, where you acknowledge the trauma that she is likely continuing to grapple with. You did say to her in that incident in July that if you call the cops on me one more time, I'm going to slice your throat. Do you remember that you said that to her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So did you learn anything in the domestic violence program about the crime of strangulation?
I don't recall that I learned it in the class, but I definitely learned a lot throughout my time in prison about the crime of strangulation and the effects that cutting the airway off to somebody can have other than killing them. It can cause brain damage.
It can also kill them hours later after you've taken your hands off their throat because of the swelling that happens internally.
Yes.
And you never know how much or how little pressure to apply to someone's throat before you kill them. That's why it's its own statute in our state. It's an indicator of lethality, you know, that someone's at risk for dying because their partner is willing to put their hands around the victim's throat. So you were on probation for strangulation when you violated the protective order by breaking into her house, wielding a crowbar, and in possession of a BB gun. So all of that is very concerning. You have a long assault history starting in 2014 with assault 2nd, and it's just continued on, and here you are serving a sentence for assault 1st. And I'm assuming the protective order was put in place due to the strangulation incident?
I believe that it was put in place once I was released and I committed another, I believe it was an assault 3rd, and the police were called.
Yeah. You know, I guess, you know, you were in a place where nothing really mattered. You were on probation, you know, with protective order in place, and you did nothing to uphold either obligation. And, you know, I know that you said that you were selling the pruno that you were making there in the prison because you needed money and you were on hard times, and that you told my colleague that you realized, you know, that segregation wasn't worth it. So now you sit in the Tier 2 program and you talk about working in a small community with others there who are working on their recovery to work the 12 steps. And yet you were inside prison, violating the rules, willing to jeopardize the recovery that other people were trying to achieve for themselves because you know you wanted money for food.
I definitely understand how selfish those actions were at the time. Yeah. And I definitely learned from those actions.
But what you learned was the consequence of segregation. I'm just wondering if you really appreciate the harm that you were causing to people living there in the prison trying to get their lives together.
Those are the consequences that I learned from. That was the selfishness in those actions. I wasn't. Okay.
All right, because that wasn't what you explained to my colleague. You just talked about, you know, the hardship of segregation. So I just wanted to highlight that we all live in a community, whether it's there in a facility or it's out here in the wider population, and, to disrespect the struggles of another person for your own selfish gains is why we have prisons, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's it for the question. So at this point, we're going to turn the hearing over to Ms. Hamlet Williams. I ask you not to interrupt while she's speaking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a statement from the victim in this case. I'm the victim of the case with Nino Neely. He is also the father of my daughter. I'm writing this letter on behalf of Nino Neely. I just wanted to say that I am on board with Nino being paroled early and released. Over the last 6 years, I have seen a lot of growth in Nino. He is regularly engaged when it comes to our daughter, has helped when it comes to any aspect of his daughter's life, sometimes even financially. He has been very active in her school life and has never missed a holiday or birthday call. Me and Nino have had many conversations about what transpired between us and the events that led to his incarceration. And I believe Nino has learned the error of his ways and has grown tremendously and accepted and acknowledged what he did was wrong. I would be tremendously grateful if Nino was approved for early parole for the sake of his daughter. She misses her father and she needs him out so he can be physically here and active in her life, not just through a phone. I do not fear Nino. I do not think Nino will hurt me again, and I believe he deserves to get out. Thank you for taking the time to hear me. Thank you, panel.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hamlet Williams. Real act of grace, Mr. Neely.
More than I deserve.
We're going to discuss your case. Give us just a minute. Mr. Sosowskis, you began.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So the facts of this case are very disturbing, reading through the report. And also reading over his history of similar behavior, and then his tickets early in his incarceration also give me some concern. But upon speaking to Mr. Neely and hearing his opening statement and his presentation of remorse and regret and apology, and is able to explain what he learned from the programs that he's taken and how he can use those things when he's out in the community, I do see some change in him. And after listening to the victim's statement and considering all the facts, I would be in support today of his parole.
Okay. His end of sentence is April of 2026, and he's not eligible until March of 2025. So it's a difference of a year with 10 special parole to follow. Ms. Chan?
So, for me, I do hear some form of change, but I am concerned because of the nature of the offense. Mr. Neely said that, during the DV that it was very helpful to him because, he was able to identify, he very mature. He can think things through. Yet last year he was selling Pruno because he said he needed money. And so I'm concerned that he may be on the cusp of change, but for me, I think Mr. Neely needs to acknowledge some honesty about changes within himself. And for me, I don't think he's done that today, despite completing the domestic violence. So it's a denial for me.
I was certainly concerned reading the anger management program summary. He didn't score excellent. He scored good all the way down. And I don't know if that was a lack of effort on his part. It was back in 2019, so he was still catching a lot of tickets then. You know, it is very difficult to overlook a situation with someone accumulating 19 disciplinary tickets. You know, we're going to see somebody next week who's served over 20 years and had one DR. And, you know, he was engaging in things like threatening, which is, you know, part and parcel of this current offense. That was back in 2020. Things were quite difficult for everybody involved as we went through the pandemic. He's going to finish the Tier 2 program this month, and then he's not eligible until mid to late March. I'm going to vote in favor of early release to discretionary parole for Mr. Neely. Circumstances are very concerning. He's done programming and explained to us how he's benefited from that programming. Seems to have some new insights to work with. And this will give him a head start on the 10 years of special parole he has ahead of him. You know, I certainly hope he will approach parole with the right mindset, that they're there to support him being successful. And if not, he'll be back to finish that sentence and perhaps even the special parole if he violates. I would like him to have continue in his efforts with domestic violence programming, not to have contact with the victim without the parole officer's permission. And I'd like to stipulate a halfway house in the event that his sponsor doesn't work out, or this is somebody who, you know, grows tired of him. I think that I read that he's going to live on the couch. So that's not going to work out long term in any situation. So halfway house if he needs it, rather than him, you know, absconding from parole supervision because the residence isn't working. Any other conditions?
No, that's all I have.
Okay. All right. So in the matter of Nino Neely, inmate number 373601, there's motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date, Officer Dunkley, March 20. May. Okay, May 10th, 2025. Right. Apologies. With the following conditions: you're to engage in behavior management for domestic violence. You're to have a halfway house in place if needed, and you're to have no contact with the victim, initials GR, without your parole officer's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Okay, so this is a majority decision, Mr. Neely, for May of next year. If you get any disciplinary issues between now and then, or you fail to complete the Tier 2 program, all of this can change.
I understand.
Yeah, be very careful.
Thank you, guys.
This concludes the hearing for Nino Neely, inmate number 373601. You're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Cases.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
So we need to pick it up.
Okay.
I'll be bringing Frederick next, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Frederick. Frederick?
If you have something to read, sir, please have it out and ready to go.
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Good
Roy
morning.
Chance, good morning.
Good morning, Robert Sazowskis.
Good
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
A.T. Frederick, 377-232.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for K.T. Frederick, inmate number 377232. He is serving a sentence of 3 years with 5 years special parole to follow for carrying a pistol without a permit, criminal possession of a pistol, revolver, and interfering with an officer resisting. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of January 25th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program on September 6, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk to criminal. Mr. Frederick, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank the parole board for giving me the opportunity for a possible early release. For I understand that this is a privilege and not something that's entitled to. Not only do I want to take full responsibility for my choices, I also want to apologize to the family, friends, and as well as my community. I understand that there's nothing I can say that will undo my past choices, but I know that there is not a day that goes by towards where I don't feel the impact of my decisions and actions. I am truly sorry and will live with regret for my past choices. Yes, I am ashamed and have to take full responsibility for my actions. I pray that one day my family, friends, as well as my community can find it in their heart to forgive me. At the beginning of my incarceration, I was unable to comprehend the magnitude of my actions. While being incarcerated, I've grown and changed my mindset to make wiser decisions. Before I made dumb decisions, and the consequences for my decisions led me to be in prison for the length of my life. Since being incarcerated, I had to make a decision to change and grow mentally in order to become a better person. I acknowledged that there was a problem within myself and that I would not only have to change my way of thinking, but how I conduct myself as well. I am continually working on how to be a better person and not take a selfish approach towards life. Yes, at the beginning of my incarceration, I had a rough path and trouble seemed to follow me. Somewhere along the way, I told myself, why not take advantage of some of the opportunities that's offered to help transition me for when it's time for me to get out of here with the help of others. Since I've done numerous programs to help myself, some being on my OAP and others being volunteered for. I've completed Voices, I played on a cornhole tournament. I'm currently a coach in the intramural basketball league. I also maintain the chairman job since April. I am doing my best to demonstrate a steady commitment to change my life and stay on the correct path. I acknowledge on a daily basis the efforts of my actions have had not only my family and friends as well as my community. That's seen so many Black men passing away and going to jail. If given the opportunity for early release, is it possible for me to go to the happy house so I can be a better person and better for my community? I would appreciate if the parole board will give serious consideration to allowing my early release back into society so I can start to pick up the pieces. I assure you that your decision will not be sadly regretted, for I am ready to live a righteous path and ready to give back to my community. Thank you for your time as well as this opportunity.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Frederick. We appreciate that you wrote out your thoughts, and we're going to take turns asking you questions, and then we'll make our decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to begin with my colleague, Ms. Chance.
Okay, so, that's the Frederick.
Yes.
Why were you selling drugs?
I had lost my job, and me losing my job, I ended up being kicked out of my home. So I was just trying to make a fast dollar, and it ended up me being back in jail.
Why did you lose the job?
Because of my record.
What do you mean because of your record? You didn't tell them that?
No. It was through a temp agency, and after the temp agency term is up, they have a chance to hire you permanently. But some places like Home Goods does not like felons. Like I had an assault case previously, so I guess it was because of that. It's not because of possession cases I had or anything. I don't really know. But I was
You were
told that
working at the store or the warehouse?
the warehouse.
Very interesting. And so you didn't think that you could look for another job?
I was looking for another job, but in the meantime, I ended up going back to my old ways. I know that it's not the right thing to do.
And you were in possession of a gun. Why?
For my protection,
Your protection from what?
just the street life that I normally I don't want to be a part of anymore.
How many gun charges have you had?
This is my second and third one.
Right. And so you have 3 gun charges and you're asking for us to put you back out in the community.
Yes, I know that the way I was living was wrong, and I don't want to live that way anymore. Being incarcerated has let me deal with reality, and that's not the way I want to go.
What are you going to look for in terms of employment?
I want to be a flagger, and I want to go to school for my CDLs. I was trying to do the flagger program here, but I'm not close to my EOS, so I have to wait.
How long does the flagger certification take?
They said I have to have 6 months until my EOS.
So the certification takes 6 months?
No, they said I was trying to do it here, but they said I can't be a part of the program until I have at least 6 months to my EOS.
Why CDL?
Is it in the world everything moving around through transportation, and there's always a job during that.
You say at one time you were working as a machinist?
Yes. At DMS, Direct Mail Service.
Right. So what happened with that job?
I was already coming to jail, so they said that they were holding the job for my return. But I ended up making my stay here longer.
So why didn't you consider pursuing the machinist job, seeing that they have so many of it out there? Those jobs pay well.
It's something to consider. That's something to consider.
I'm just asking why you never thought about it before.
I like the idea of being a truck driver. I get to travel, sightsee, and work at the same time.
So tell me about what was going on with the DRs that you received.
The first one, it was a fight that I did not start, but I had to defend myself. The second one, it was just a bad decision.
Let's stop there with the first one. What else could you have done?
I did not see the fight coming. I was actually making my food at the hot pot and got snubbed. Like somebody sucker punched me. So I just had to defend myself. It's not something that I didn't have a problem with the person. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't know that that was going to happen.
Mr. Fredericks, what else could you have done to avoid that? Because fighting is a serious ticket.
Not swing back.
What else?
I was getting hot water for my food. That's when it happened. So if I would have just been in my cell and stayed hungry, I wouldn't have had a fight, basically.
I don't know about that. And then what about the one you received last December?
It was a bad decision on my part. I wasn't thinking change until after this incident.
So tell me what happened.
I basically wrote a letter. I wrote a letter home and it got intercepted. I wrote a letter about how basically people get stuck into jail.
You wrote a letter about how to get K2 into the facility.
Yes.
Is that what you did?
Say that
Now,
one more time.
what were you gonna do with the K2?
I wasn't doing it for to say I wanted it. I was just telling somebody how they get it in. I don't want to condone the lifestyle that I had before.
Mr. Fredericks, how old are you?
34. I just turned 34.
Right, November 30th.
Yes.
What kind of decision making would you say that is?
What, my last DR?
Yeah, why would you providing instructions to someone, if that's what you say you were doing, on how to bring K2 substance into the facility?
That is a bad decision. That is not thinking correctly. That is not thinking about the future. That is not thinking about living a righteous life. That is something that I regret doing.
Have you ever used K2?
No.
What drugs do you use?
I smoke marijuana
When last did you use marijuana?
the day that I got arrested.
Do you think that's good for you?
No.
And you've never taken K2 before?
No.
So you completed the Voices program on September 6th of this year.
Yes.
What did you learn from the Voices program?
That myself is not only a victim, the community is a victim, my loved ones, my family, my friends, people that watch me grow up. Basically, everybody around can be a victim, not just yourself or the person that's impacted by your crimes.
So you mean like the people that you were selling the drugs to?
Yes.
Did it point out to you the harm that you were doing to your community?
Yes.
And then on top of that, you had a gun charge.
Yes.
Do you know what comes on the television every single morning, Mr. Fredericks?
I'm sorry for my choices.
Someone every morning gets shot in many communities. You didn't learn from your first one. You didn't learn from your second one. And now this is your third. So for me, those are pretty serious charges, Mr. Fredericks.
I understand.
And it is very concerning to me. Do you think, I know you said that you currently have a job assignment as a chairman, but you also said you are a basketball coach.
Yes.
What other programs there do you think would be a benefit to you?
Fatherhood, because I do have a child.
Yeah,
I think they changed the name of the Good Intentions, Bad Choices program.
yeah. Have you ever signed up for those programs or asked to be placed in them?
No, but it's something I thought about.
Well, I think you are certainly in need of both of them. Now, I know you were successful on 2 previous community releases. What do you think made those releases successful?
Me just doing what I had to do to stay free. Me getting a job and staying away from my old lifestyle. Me working towards a better life. Me just wanting change.
So I'm just gonna, just tell you straight off that your 2 DRs are very concerning. And I know you completed voice exam, you've acknowledged the impact of your drug selling on your community and your family and everyone else. But also concerning it's your 3rd gun charges, Mr. Fredericks. And I appreciate you acknowledging the 2 programs that I think you could also benefit from. So good luck, Madam Chair.
Okay, so Mr. Fredericks, it's not so much the 3 gun charges for me, it's the fact that you got arrested for possession of a firearm in 2021, and you were out on bond, and you got another gun and went back to selling drugs. And you're poisoning your community with drugs you don't even use. You're not suffering with an addiction to heroin and fentanyl, but you're willing to profit off of other people suffering with an addiction and continue to poison our community when you were a perfectly able-bodied person old enough to secure employment. So the first gun they confiscated in 2021. Where'd you buy the second gun?
I didn't buy any of them.
Oh, they were gifted to you?
No, I found guns before, like in the parks.
Find them. Oh,
Yes.
okay. So they're community guns and you went and made it your own personal firearm. So where did you practice handling and discharging and cleaning the gun?
I never practiced that.
Okay. So you were illegally in possession of a firearm that you didn't even know how to handle and you thought you were going to protect yourself and your drugs and your money? Do you hear how insane that is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. I have no more questions. And the new program that replaced Good Intentions is called New Thoughts. And I think you could also benefit from anger management. Mr. Sothauskas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My colleagues have asked most of the questions, sir. I just have a couple quick things. Your release plan, it says that you want to go to a halfway house in Hartford, but all of these things took place in Hartford, right?
Yes.
I mean, do you really think that that's a good idea to go back to where you were having all this trouble?
I have resources that I didn't tap into before. Like I have friends that have careers and have other job opportunities for me.
Yeah, I understand that lots of people that we talk to and things that they talk about going somewhere different and trying to, just at least for the beginning, trying to find a way to establish themselves without having to deal with old friends and things like that. It's just something for you to consider. You know, you're putting yourself in a position to not maybe be successful when you start associating with people that you used to be around. You know what I mean? And then the only other thing I had, sir, was that in 2 of the cases you were driving a car with gun and drugs in the car. What's the status of your driver's license? What's that situation like?
I have my driver's license.
Never got suspended from any of this stuff?
No.
Okay, so you have a valid driver's license right now?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Give us just a few minutes to discuss. And I think I we challenged Mr. Frederick's assertion that he found the gun because he got a nollie on stealing a gun.
Right.
So I'm not sure how found these weapons were. Okay, Ms. Chance?
So, I hear some change in the Frederick to the voice program. I appreciate the fact that, we acknowledge the negative impact of the community on its drug sales. But, the fact that, he was out on bond for the gun charge and got another gun, and now he's saying he found the two guns, I just find very concerning. And he received 2 serious disciplinary reports. Last one in December, where he was given instructions on how to bring K2 in. And that was concerning. So I do not have Mr. Frederick going out today. And I recommend that flag be clear until he finishes or whatever. That he participate in the new version of Good Intention, Bad Choices, which I guess is New Thoughts and Anger Management.
And fatherhood.
Fatherhood.
Yeah, he's got a lot he can do with the remaining year and a half. Mr. Sosowskis?
I agree.
Okay, so I have criminal history, nature and circumstance, and for institutional adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay, so in the matter of KT Frederick, inmate number 377232, there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons.
We have set the special parole conditions.
We can't,
Yeah,
but I'll
Okay.
deny.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your offenses, and your poor institutional adjustment. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We need to set the conditions for your special parole supervision. I have a halfway house and no contact with co-defendant Sheehan Collier. Do you have additional conditions?
Maybe anger management was.
Sure, he's got 5 years of special parole.
Yeah.
Did you have anything?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of KP Fredericks, inmate number 377232, there's a motion to set the following conditions for your special parole supervision. You're to be placed in a halfway house, you're to have no contact with your co-defendant, Sheehan Collier, and you're to engage in behavior management for anger management. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This concludes the hearing for KT Frederick, inmate number 377232. You're all set, sir.
See, that we would see shortly.
Yeah.
Morning.
Good morning. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Parole. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents, excuse me, and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good morning.
Joy Chance, good morning.
Robert Sosowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Yes, good morning. Robert Lacone, number 334708.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Robert Lacone, inmate number 334708. He is serving a sentence of 30 months followed by 78 months special parole for evading responsibility resulting in death. As of today, record reflects a parole eligibility date of March 19, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the Voices program on September 10th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Lacone, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for having me here today for the consideration of parole. Since May of 2021, not a day has gone by where I don't think of the pain I've inflicted on Mr. Pacheco's family. Not to mention the pain I have caused my own family and something I will have to live with for the rest of my life. I wish I could have conducted myself differently that day. Unfortunately, I can't change the past. However, I'm committed to making better life decisions moving forward. One thing I'm going to do is to raise awareness to people, especially younger adults, how one bad choice could change not only his or her life forever, but for others as well. I'm looking forward to becoming a productive member of society by getting back to work and being the son and father I've always wanted to be. I'm actually thankful for the time I've had to reflect on my life and another chance to succeed at all my life goals. And I am truly sorry for the loss of life of this individual and for his extended family. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lacone. We have read the available documents. I know you've been put out on special parole before, so you probably know how this works. We're going to ask you questions and then we'll discuss your case.
Sure.
I'll begin with the questions. So why didn't you conduct yourself differently in this case?
At the time, I had felt threatened by an individual that had been chasing me, that I had prior issues with. So at the onset or the immediate time, there was a fear of safety and concern. And at the time, I wasn't necessarily aware at that particular moment that I had struck a pedestrian. But after, when I finally was aware that such a terrible thing had happened, I didn't make the right decision to call for help, to have aid come to a person that needed it.
This person that you felt threatened by, did you report it to the police?
I didn't report it to the police. I had reported it to the police on a prior assault incident that I had with him 3 months prior to the motor vehicle accident. This individual had struck me several times in my face.
Did you get a protective order?
Yes, I did. And the individual served 6 months incarceration for the assault. A protective order was issued, but was subsequently dismissed once he was released. So it was only during the duration that he was incarcerated. So yes, I did feel that I tried to take necessary steps to.
But when you saw this person and they started to follow you, you didn't contact the police. You just fled in a reckless manner and hit someone who was a pedestrian.
So what had happened was, for the moments that I was taking my eyes off what was in front of me, because I was trying to focus on the threat that was behind me, that was,
or the assumed threat.
That was unfortunately all it took for a tragedy to happen. And, you know, I should have called 911 even after the fact when I got to a safe place, or I was in a safe position where I could have called.
And you didn't, and then you went on to try to cover it up by lying to your coworker that you hit a deer and trading your truck for their Saturn. Do I have that correct?
I wasn't trying to cover it up, ma'am, in any way. I know that that's the way that it looks, but that's... Hello?
You were, apparently they got the truck back from your coworker to whom you lied, telling him that you hit a deer, and that's what caused the damage to your truck.
Correct, yes, I did. Yeah, I did make that statement, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Lacone, what is your definition of integrity?
Integrity is being responsible for my actions, being responsible, you know, conducting myself in an appropriate way. I didn't handle myself in an appropriate way that day. And, you know,
Or the days after.
Or the days that follow, correct.
Uh-huh. So my definition of integrity is, you know, that you do the right thing even when no one's looking.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So when you met with the parole officer and you discussed the case, you referred to your victim who lost his life.
Yes, I did.
That doesn't sound like somebody who's taking responsibility for causing the death of another person, which is why you got the evading charge.
It's not. It's to his extended family. It's in addition to, you know, multiple people that is involved with this individual. You know, family members, a son or a brother.
But there's a difference in language, Mr. Lacone, between my victim lost his life and I killed a pedestrian.
Yes, I did. That is my responsibility. I did kill a pedestrian that was walking out in front of my truck that day. So I'm sorry if there's confusion.
So you have a letter offering you a job at as a carpenter, and you want to sponsor to your mom's house. How are you going to get back and forth to work?
So I have a vehicle that is registered to my name. My registration is suspended until early of this year coming up, I believe March. I will be eligible to reinstate my license, and then I would be able to drive back and forth to work. I've talked to my employer if there was accommodations that they needed to make in terms of transportation, they would be willing to pick me up if that was the need be. This is an employer that I've been with for 5 years now.
Yes, did read about that. So, sir, you were on probation for risk of injury when you committed this crime. And you had unconditional discharge on an assault second and 2 counts of violation of protective order. Is the victim in those cases initials AK?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay. So tell me what you've done in the community in the past concerning domestic violence treatment of any sort.
All right. Well, to touch on that subject, I was initially referred to Yale Child Study Center, which I was starting a domestic violence related program, which also had a parenting component to that as well. It was referred to from DCF. Initially, they did the referral, and I had successfully completed that program, but wanted to further extend my treatment with regards to mental health. So I had asked if I can continue to be treated there on an individual basis. At the time, I was already.
Which agency did you do the domestic violence program through?
So it's through Yale Child Study Center in New Haven, Connecticut. I had provided a letter to Ms. Dudley, yes. So that was where I was receiving treatment, and then right before sentencing, was continuing that treatment on behalf of something that I elected to do because I had things that I needed to work on myself.
So, Mr. Lacone, this is your third period of incarceration greater than a year. Your criminal history dates back to 2004. You've had 26 arrests, commit a lot of larcenies, and then a lot of domestic violence of late. You've really struggled with probation. You've had 9 opportunities at supervision in the community, and you've only been successful once. Why do you think you struggle so much on probation? I see 17 violations of probation.
Well, I can honestly say is at the time, I wasn't taking my life seriously. I wasn't taking participating in my mental health seriously. And I feel that my life has really turned in a more positive direction when I was able to focus on my mental health. And that means compliance, 100%, medication, and as well as attending group sessions that I was attending at BH Care, as well as at Yale Child Study Center on an individual basis, in addition to medication management, so that I'm able to learn from the problematic issues that I've had in the past, and learn how to deal with things differently.
When do you think you started taking life seriously?
I want to say when this incident happened, this was a wake-up call for me, and I really took a hard look at the decisions that I've made in my life, and that's not what I wanted. I wanted a better quality of life for myself and for people around me. And
how do you feel about the sentence you received?
I feel that the sentence was fair. In fact, probably more than fair. This is a serious.
Do you understand why you got special parole?
Yes, my understanding of that is my ability to comply on supervision, and that probation was not really working.
Or your inability.
I'm sorry, to complete a probation and successfully comply with society's
So tell me
rules.
what you understand special parole is.
I do.
What do you understand?
So special parole is a more stricter form of supervision. I'll be responsible to be reporting to parole. I will be responsible for upholding a job and staying out of trouble and not committing crimes. I will be responsible for maintaining my mental health, which is really the key thing that I think needs to be ongoing moving forward, is to maintain that and to work on the thing.
Parole officers have access to programs and services that can help you be successful in the community.
Right.
They also have arrest powers, unlike probation. So you violate the conditions of your parole supervision and you can be brought back and made to serve that 6.5 years there in the facility. So you need to take it really seriously, but you need to also appreciate that parole is in many ways a gift. It's affording you the support and the structure to be successful out in the community.
I realize that now.
We make our decision about you finishing the 30 months early out in the community on discretionary parole in light of the interests of public safety.
Yes, ma'am, I understand that.
Okay.
Can I share something with that?
I'm glad that you feel that your sentence is fair. I think it's more than fair. What did you want to say, Mr. Lacone?
So if given the opportunity at parole, I'm going to make sure that I engage in services that are going to be, that would be set forward by parole, that I would comply with those, and I will abide by what is asked of me.
Okay, but regardless of whether you get discretionary parole, you have parole as part of this sentence. So I would
Yes.
hope that what you're saying applies
Yes, that
to
would be-
whether or not you are granted today.
Yes, that would be a continuation of, yes, ma'am.
Great, all right. Well, I have no more questions for you at this time, so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sosowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Morning, sir. My colleagues asked most of the questions I was gonna ask. There was just a couple of things I just wanted to touch base with you about. You plan to live with your mother. Is that your long-term plan, or is that just like a temporary thing? What, can you explain that?
So that is a short-term plan while I look for suitable housing. My mother, I was living with my mom prior to my sentence incarceration. And that was really more to the fact that the previous residence that I was living at in Madison, which I was there for about 4.5 years, the owners of the property decided to sell the property, and it was no longer available to be a rental. So I had moved back in with my mom and established, a better relationship with my mom, and she's very supportive. And the plan is to live with her, and then we're all going to look for housing as a team. We're going to look for a place that would be suitable for myself and my 11-year-old son, who I'm hoping to regain my parental responsibilities of in the future.
Okay.
When time allows that.
Okay, and then the only other thing I wanted to talk about was your drug and alcohol use. Have you had a problem in the past with drugs or alcohol?
I've never had any issues with substance abuse. It's more or less always been an issue with mental health and medication.
Yeah, I just see a lot of larcenies and burglaries, things like that in your history, and usually that goes along with people with drug and alcohol abuse. So I was curious if you had been drinking or using drugs before this accident, the day of this accident.
Yeah, no, that didn't. No, I was not drinking, sir. That was not a factor in this. The larcenies that I had, that was, I think I just out of high school at that point, and was not making good decisions at that point.
Yeah,
and,
you just have a long record of it. Normally when I see that, it's associated with someone that's struggling with addiction.
I know how it sounds, and it only indicates to some sort of substance abuse issues, but it's not something that I've struggled with. I have other, family history of that, but mental health has been where I've struggled with the most.
All right, I understand. All right, sir. Thank you very much. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Ms. Chance? Okay, so we're done with the questions at this time. And so we will discuss your case. Give us just a few minutes.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So while Mr. Lacone today seems to be accepting responsibility for his careless actions that resulted in the death of another person, he didn't do that when he committed the crime. He was on probation at the time, and he went to some effort after the crime to cover it up. I think that 30-month sentence is an exceptional gift in his case, and he seems to appreciate why he would have special parole to follow, given his numerous failures at community release in the past. He has a lengthy criminal history dating back 20 years now, and I think there are things that he could continue to avail himself of while he's incarcerated. There's fatherhood programs. There's this New Thoughts program. And while he's behavior has been good and he's gotten great reviews as a detail worker. The nature of the crime is so egregious. I'd also like to see him take domestic violence again in the facility, but he has to want that and ask for it himself. So at this point, my vote is deny. Mr. Sosakis?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm also concerned about his criminal history, the nature and circumstances of this, and his previous trouble on supervised release. He's had a violation of special parole in the past, in addition to violation of probations. So I'm in agreement with you today that it'll be a denial for me.
And his chance.
So I absolutely agree. And what's concerning to me were his contradictory statements about that he hit someone and didn't know what to do, then saying he didn't know what happened and only realized once people. And the seriousness and nature and circumstances is extremely concerning. I do appreciate that he completed the voices, did not get any DRs, but I agree with Madam Chair that he could do additional programs.
I'm particularly troubled by the fact that because he maintained just the minimal insurance on his vehicle, the victim's family had suffered lots of expenses as a result of the death of their loved one. That's a shame. Do not interrupt.
I'm sorry.
So for his special parole conditions, I have mental health evaluation and treatment, no driving without the parole officer's permission, and general no contact with AK without PO's permission. Did you have anything to add?
No.
Okay. So in the matter of Robert Lacone, inmate number 334708, there is a motion to deny parole for the following reasons: your criminal history, the nature and circumstances of your offense, and your offense being committed while you were on probation. I further move to set the following conditions for your special parole supervision. You're to have a mental health evaluation and engage in treatment. You're not to drive without your PO's permission. You're to not have contact with AK without the parole officer's permission. Did I get all that?
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
This concludes the hearing for Robert Lacombe, inmate number 334708. You're all set, Mr. LaPlante.
Thank you.
So I see they'll be able to show you.
We'll be right with you. Give us 1 minute, okay?
All right.
No, you can stay there. Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunn, and today is Monday, December 9th, 2024. And this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record certified they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Taavon Martin, 443318.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Taavon Martin, inmate number 443318. He is serving a sentence of 10 years, suspended after 28 months, followed by 5 years probation for risk of injury to child, threatening first violation of probation, 3 counts of violation of conditions of release, second degree, and another count of violation of conditions of release, second degree. As of today, records reflect the parole eligibility date of February 19th, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the domestic violence program on September 19th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Martin, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you can be granted parole. You may begin.
Can I start off by reading my letter?
Yes.
Dear parole members, to begin this, I would like to say I've learned a lot about myself and life as a whole. I've learned the difference between a timeout versus walking away. I've learned how to deal with negative emotions and behavior. I take full responsibility and accountability for my poor choices I made that led to my incarceration. I'm fully committed to handle negative encounters in the most positive and respectful manner possible. I cannot justify my previous behavior other than unhealthy. As that being said, that makes me completely confident that with a chance for freedom, I will not fail or end up on a path to destruction. I am extremely thankful for this prison experience as it allowed me to blossom as a goal-oriented individual while constantly chipping away at my insecurities. It also led to me constantly learning how to manage myself and shed light to the reality of my crime as it offered me the time needed to reflect on my past behaviors and decisions. I've learned that the downfalls we overcome help create who we are and who we become. This uncomfortable journey has been well worth the work and knowledge I've obtained. I've been part of the problem, but now I'm a respectful part of the solution. Your confidence in me will not be wasted.
Well, thank you, Mr. Martin, for putting a statement together. Did you have some help with that?
No, that's really just me taking my time out the day to put some words together and think about everything I've done.
Well, it's interesting because when you were interviewed by the parole officer, you really weren't taking responsibility for anything. So I'm glad to hear that you have turned a leaf. So we're going to take turns asking you questions, and then we will discuss your case and make a decision. We're going to begin the questions with my colleague, Mr. Sazowskis.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sorry, good afternoon, I guess. You know, like my colleague mentioned, I was surprised to hear you say, you know, I take full accountability and responsibility for your actions because, you know, reading the interview with the parole officer, your account of the incident is different from what I read in the police report. You seem to be downplaying and minimizing the seriousness of what happened at the time. And, you know, the police report said that the victim said that you assaulted her in the past and pointed a gun at her in this case. In the report, the victim says that they were afraid of you, you know? Can you tell us what happened?
Just overall, it was a bad night. I was under the influence of liquor and Percocets. It just argument led to me being uncontrollable, getting out of character.
things of that nature. You know, I did put my hands on her. I realized what I did, and I realized too late.
You remember this part about the gun?
You said what?
The gun. You remember this part about the gun?
Yes, I do. I told when I did pull a BB gun out, and when I was in the holding cell, and the officer asked me about it, I told them exactly where it was, and they retrieved it and went out.
Says in the domestic violence incident with the other victim, you said she was calling you and would pick up the phone and then she would report you. However, when I read the reports, it's you're calling her and sending her messages after messages. So I'm just trying to, you're saying that you acknowledge and take responsibility, but like I said, when I'm reading through these things, I'm seeing the opposite. Do you understand do you know the case I'm talking about the protective order when you were contacting the other person, sending messages? They have documentation of the phone calls and the messages you were sending. But your explanation was that they were calling you and hanging up the phone.
Yeah, that was my first case. Yeah, I do recall that. And yeah, I did send messages and call. I did do that.
I mean, part of moving forward and rehabilitating yourself, it means acknowledging what actually you're responsible for and doing, you know what I mean? But so when I read the parole officer's interview with you, it's just, you weren't doing that, you know what I mean? You were saying things like, I didn't do these things, I see you recently completed the domestic violence program. Can you tell us about what you learned in there that you can use out in the community?
Yeah, I've learned that I could control myself as a human and as an individual. I learned that walking away most of the time can be better than trying to deal with a conflict then and there. I learned how to stay away from certain situations and not put myself around people or environments where it could lead me into issues or situations that maybe I can't get out of, or that's going to lead me back into the jail facility and stuff like that. I learned that communication is key.
Okay. I see you have an addiction services program on your OAP, and you mentioned that during some of these incidents you were using Percocet and drinking and that kind of thing. Have you started a addiction services program yet, a tier program or anything?
No, I didn't, because I did ask the counselor and he said I did all the programs I needed to do. Yeah, that's about it. I didn't do it.
So you took domestic violence, right? You haven't taken, that's the only one I see on here. Did you take other programs?
No, just domestic violence.
Okay. No, that's important to take. That was appropriate for you for sure. But considering that there was substances involved, it probably hampered your decision making. I think maybe some of these things might have not has been as bad if you weren't intoxicated and high at the time.
Yes.
It seems to be appropriate that you would take the addiction services programs that they're recommending. Can you talk about how you think you've changed since you've been incarcerated?
Well, one major way I've changed is I'm a way more calm person. I think about things before reacting to anything. Not gonna lie, when I was younger, I was just rambunctious, didn't really care. Now I'm just like a total opposite. Like I really did a 180. I stay to myself. The people I communicate with, it's always a calm, good conversation. I don't escalate anything. I just overall just changed for the better. I got kids, and I want my kids to look at me as a hero or somebody they can look up to. I was raised with no father, so I want my kids to know they have a father there all the times.
So, one of the things that stood out to me when I was reading through this stuff is that you listed one of the victims as a person you consider to be a support, or your girlfriend. Is that true? Are you still in a relationship with the victim?
Yes, currently I am.
You are. Do you talk to that person on the phone or visit with that person?
We can't have no visits, but we do talk.
You do talk? How's that going? Yeah, how's your relationship now?
It's going good. She sends me pictures of my son. I have a 5-month-old son, and we just talk about what can we do when I get home.
So what's your plan, like, talking about going home? Are you going to live with her? How is that going to work?
Well, I already told her if I can't live with her, that's just something we're gonna have to deal with for this time being. I have a job already. I have a car. I'm just waiting to see what happens so I can move forward from there.
All right. Can you talk about the job a little bit?
So I have 2 jobs. I landscape from spring to fall, and then in the winter I work at Town Fair Tire. So as of right now, my buddy is the shop manager at Town Fair Tire, and I talk to him pretty much on a daily basis, and he says as soon as I get home or to halfway, whatever the situation may be, all I have to do is go down there, fill out application, and I'll be good to go. And I've been working on both of these jobs for like 4 or 5 years now.
Okay. So just a couple more things. I see some of the charges have to do with violating conditions of your release. So there'll be a lot of conditions when you're released, whether it's now or later. However, what's your plan to not violate conditions that may be set on you?
Just follow all the conditions, follow the rules, whatever needs to be done, I'm gonna do it. Even if I have to write it down so I can physically see all my conditions every day. Just make sure I'm on point at all times. This is not an experience that I want to do again. I want to see my kids continue to play baseball and things of that nature. So
if there's a condition that you're not able to be around a victim, what is the plan for you to be able to see your children, like what you're talking about? Is there another person that can help you?
That was a conversation that I told her maybe would you have to go to court, or I would talk to my probation officer and see if we can get a third party involved to where we can do meetups either at a police station or whatever the case may be.
All right, and then just going back to the my biggest concern, I think, is you not having taken an addiction services program. So, I mean, despite all of that, what's your plan to stay sober in the community and not fall back into that lifestyle of drugs and alcohol before?
Well, in that case, I'm not going to downplay my previous actions because I take responsibility for it, but I am very strong-minded. I know that I can stay away from certain things. I've done it before. Before the last incident that led me here, I did take Percocets for a while, and I stopped it cold turkey, and it didn't affect me. And the drinking.
That's hard. That's hard to believe because medically, I mean, people normally have a reaction to opiates when they stop taking them. There's a physical reaction by your body.
Yeah, I was sick for a couple of weeks, but I stopped it.
Okay. I think those are all the questions that I have. So I'm going to pass it on to my colleagues. Okay, good luck to you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Chance?
So, for me, Mr. Martin, you indicated that you committed your current offense because you were under the influence of alcohol and Percocets. and there's an addiction services program on your OAP that you haven't done. And in June, you received that intox ticket for marijuana. That's probably the reason why you're having a delay with getting into a substance abuse program. And your criminogenic needs have been identified as substance abuse. And so I would like to see you do the substance abuse program. And, you know, the DV that you just finished, you were previously asked to complete that in the community and you didn't. So I hope you're aware that eventually when you go back into the community, that you're going to have to take it again.
Yes.
Okay. So I appreciate you now saying that you're taking responsibility for your offenses, because, you know, in the interview you were minimizing and, you know, not accepting full responsibility. So good luck. I'm all set.
Thank you, Ms. Chance. Mr. Martin, what did you learn in the domestic violence program about the impact of domestic violence on the children?
On the children, well, definitely my oldest son, he's 5, and his behavior was definitely an impact of me not being there. So me not being home to be a father.
Okay, I'm talking about when you make a choice to abuse a child's mother.
Okay.
While the child is in close proximity, what's the impact? What does that do to the child?
Well, again, it can give a long-term impacts. Seeing things like that, of that nature, can possibly lead him to think it's okay to do.
And it's traumatic.
Very.
The child's afraid.
Very.
Doesn't know what's going to happen, and the mother that is their rock is being harmed. And you can think the child's asleep while you're battering the mother, and the child hears it all. And in your case, that one of the children in one incident even woke up and walked into the room.
Yes, he did.
I thought your oldest son was 8.
Well, I have 2 baby mothers. My first one, he's 8.
Yeah, and you don't get to see that child.
Yes.
Correct. Did you abuse his mother as well?
No, I didn't.
So why doesn't she want you to see the child?
Because we used to argue a lot when we was younger. I had this child when I was 19, and basically what happened was that she thought that I wasn't there enough as a father and try to co-parent. But my family gets to see them all the time.
Were you there enough? Were you being a full-time parent?
I thought so, but she didn't think so.
So now there's a child without a father, maybe a father figure. Okay. Your OAP was revised and anger management had been added in addition to the addiction services that you haven't done yet. So there's still some more work ahead of you. And, you know, you're on probation, you're violating your conditional release, and, you know, you have a protective order in place that was issued in 2022 that you were violating for a number of years. What do you understand a protective order means, sir?
It means that I can't be in contact with any victims or in close proximity of them.
Okay. So why would you violate the court's order by calling and texting the victim?
It was just ignorance that I had at the time.
I think it was selfishness.
That too.
I think it was defiance. You were going to do what you wanted to do regardless. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're 27 now, Mr. Martin. Let's hope, some of that maturation is taking hold. All right, give us just a few minutes to discuss.
All right.
Mr. Sazowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so Mr. Martin was able to articulate some of the things he learned from the domestic violence class. And today, despite what was in the interview, he did take responsibility and talked about how much he learned about himself and has taken accountability for his actions. And acknowledges, his past bad decisions and behavior. However, he just, in my opinion, just has not completed the appropriate amount of programming at this time. And really, based on what I read in the report and, interview, he really needs to take this anger management and addiction services program before I would be comfortable with granting a parole. So for today, it's a denial for me.
Okay.
Ms.
I
Chance?
agree to deny for the same reason.
Okay. Are we interested in bringing him back?
No?
I was looking at it. I mean, his in a sense, according to my records, in February of 2016. It's not a lot of time.
2026.
25.
I'm sorry, 26. Yeah,
Mhm.
in February of 2026. So that there's not a lot of time. But I am open to that discussion if you think that there's a way that he could, depending on addiction services program, those can be lengthy depending on which one they decide that he is.
Yeah, at a 3, they're probably wouldn't consider more than tier 2. I'd be willing to bring him back, but not before July.
Yeah, I think
That gives him 6 months approximately, a discretionary parole if the next panel decides to grant.
need to have 5 years probation. I thought I'd be fine with that.
Yeah. And I mean, obviously the June DR for marijuana intoxication didn't help him get into the programs that he needed. So he's going to have to remain DR free if he's going to, take anger management, a tier program. He really should take a fatherhood program. Do whatever you can, Mr. Martin, to prepare yourself to be successful when you're back in the community.
All right.
All right, so I have inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change, inadequate release plan. You want to go with those two?
That's fine. Yeah, he's on probation too at the time of this current.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
static, can't change that. All right, so in the matter of Shaitan Martin, inmate number 443318, there's motion to deny parole at this time due to your inadequate program participation and evidence of offender change and an inadequate release plan. I further move to rehear you in July of 2025 with the recommendation that you not get any additional disciplinary reports, that you take the programs on your OAP to include anger management and a program through addiction services and any other positive programs that you can get yourself into, such as fatherhood and voices. And we will rehear you in July of 2026. Do I have a second?
Is it 2025?
2025.
It's okay.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's the best we can do for you, Mr. Martin.
All right, thank you.
This concludes the hearing for Shaitan Martin, inmate number 443318.
This is when I start going cross-eyed. Do you need to offer you a lunch break?
Yep. Numbers. July 2025, inadequate evidence of offender change, inadequate
Program just
Sir, if you have a statement to read, please have it out and ready to go.
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning, and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available print information and preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Pants.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Good
Please
afternoon.
state your name and inmate number for the record.
Bryan Pantanella, 397766.
This is a rehear being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Bryan Pantanella, inmate number 397766. He is serving a sentence of 3 years jail for violation of probation, attempt to commit assault on a public safety officer. And as of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of May 24th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed the following programs. Voices on July 11th, 2024. He is currently participating in the Recovery Coach program as of November 25th, 2024, with an estimated completion date of February 17th, 2025, and is also participating in Tier 4 as of June 10th, 2024, with an estimated completion date of January 20th, 2025. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Pantanella, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Thank you. To whom it may concern, I want to start off by saying thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, the chance to take a deep dive to begin to really work on things I never did in the past. The last time I was up for parole, I had done no programs, and even then, I still thought I deserved to be granted parole. I now am here, not asking to be granted, but here to explain what has changed since May and what I've learned from the opportunity. I'll start out by saying I was able to complete Voices, Smart Recovery, and start the process working towards my CDL. But unfortunately, the instructor had passed away that week I was supposed to start class. Fortunately, I was able to acquire my DOT med card before everything was put on hold. Ms. Rogers got me into Tier 4 fairly quickly, and since then, I've learned so much about myself. I've learned to slow down and think about my thinking. I've learned to work on my impulsiveness and to focus on the task at hand, as well as keeping my why in the forefront of my mind. I've joined CCAR in the hopes that my personal experiences may one day help others that are struggling. I've routinely participated in NA and AA groups, and I've even taken a stress management yoga course to practice being present and to learn breathing techniques to better manage my stress. I've also been given multiple push-ups during my time in Tier 4 that acknowledge my growth and participation in the program. I said all this to say I'm not perfect, I'm not fixed, I'm still working on myself, but the time I've spent during this bid has allowed me to build a foundation I've never had before, and for that, I'm truly thankful.
Nice job, Mr. Pantanella.
Thank you.
That was good to hear. I was not on your previous panel, but Ms. Chance was, and she's going to begin the questions today.
Mr. Pantanella, do you remember me?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
I do.
And I know how disappointed you were.
I was very disappointed.
Right.
You know, I felt at that point that I was doing everything I could at that time. But now I realize that a lot of the stuff, I didn't even begin to start. I didn't begin to do nothing.
Yeah. So I would like you to expand a little bit more. I know you just started Tier 4 last month.
I started Tier 4 7 months ago.
Oh, you didn't finish it. Okay.
No, I started 7 months ago. I have 5 weeks left.
So tell me what you've learned. I know you said a few things in your opening comments, but give me a little bit more about how Tier 4 has been helpful to you?
Tier 4 has helped me focus on, like I said in my thing, the task at hand. I've been very impulsive in the past, and Tier 4 has helped me think and process things prior to acting on them. My criminal addictive thinking patterns have caused me great turmoil and have caused me to go to get incarcerated, has caused my victims to be affected. Through Tier 4 and voices, I've realized that every action has an equal and opposite reaction when it comes to consequences. Accountability is also another thing that I've been learning quite well in Tier 4. Tier 4 is a great program. There's so many things I can list. I'm thankful. I know I signed up for Tier 4, but in the past, but I'm truly thankful that now I'm able to participate in it. Smart Recovery, I took a financial literacy course that they offered that we heard when I was in Tier 4. Tier 4 has been an avenue I've used since being here. The counselors are fantastic. There's just so many positives with it. The community, it's a distraction from being in prison, to be honest. Tier 4, it doesn't even feel like I'm in jail, which is weird to say in front of the board. But but the environment, I highly recommend anybody for the Tier 4. Like, I try to get some people that I talk to throughout the compound into Tier 4. I don't know. It's been good. It's been God's gift, to be honest. Like I said, I did Smart Recovery, financial literacy. I've been in NA and AAs. I did the stress management yoga course, which was unique in itself. I tried for the CDL. Unfortunately, the instructor had passed away that week that I was at the start. I was able to get my DOT med card, which is needed to drive any commercial vehicle, whether it be for your CDL or not. So that was a benefit that this opportunity has given me, that I don't have to pay for when I get home. I have job opportunities now. I plan to either work back my old job, 2 men in a truck, driving for them until I'm able to acquire my CDL in the world. C-Car has been really helpful. It's given me, I guess, an outlook on different pathways to recovery. I never thought that my addiction and or my experiences would be beneficial, but I realized that I could be a resource for other people going through the same situation.
Can I ask you something? So I know for C-Car, and you acknowledge that they were different pathway to recovery.
Yes.
Do you know which one that you took and which one you're going to focus on?
To be honest, I think the 12 steps would be most optimal. I need a positive network to succeed. I've never really explored it in the past. I've always thought that I could do it on my own, per se. My mother's a great resource. I got a great family. It's just the people that I ended up choosing to associate with in the past have really been, it's all my doing. It's just, I guess my boundaries have been lacking in certain aspects of my life. And that's another thing I learned from tier 4 is to set boundaries and be strict with them. I think that's what's really, if I'm going to pick like 1 or 2 things to pull from tier 4, it would be them helping me structure up for boundaries and my accountability. I think those are the 2 things that I can really like relate to the most.
Have you thought about a sponsor?
I have. Currently in my predicament, my situation, I don't think I can find a sponsor that I can really connect with in a deeper level while in jail. I don't know how else I can say that. I do plan, I got some people that are in the NA and AA community that I can I guess join up with to go to the meetings, and then furthermore find me a good sponsor. I know through the NA and AA over here, they got a group of people that come in, like Spoon, Chris, and everybody. I plan on getting their number when I do leave. I talked to Ms. Rogers about this already. So I guess that's where I can start, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. So your relapse prevention is to reconnect with CCAR.
Yeah, I plan on connecting with CCAR if I don't finish it, or if I do finish it. I do plan on connecting up. Bryan Sullivan is a name that keeps coming to my head. Bryan Sullivan. I got a couple guys written down. I brought a folder, but I didn't bring that specific paper. I got a couple guys written down through like the NA and AA meetings here that I would want to connect with. I know Bryan Sullivan, I think, does with Goodwin College or something like that in Hartford. He's got a lot of resources and experience through the justice system and all of that. And he says he can help with a bunch of resources when it comes to employment, vocational, CCAR. Through this time, I've been able to find so many more resources than I thought there was. That's why my letter isn't per se like, please grant me parole. It's more, thank you for not granting me parole.
We appreciate that, Mr. Pantanella. You want to go back to work at Truman and the trucking company?
Yeah, it's a moving company.
Right. And you're gonna pursue your CDL?
Correct. That's my major goal. I feel like, I guess everybody says it's a felon's escape. My uncle works on big trucks. I've been driving larger trucks for, I don't know, 3 years prior to me coming in here, or whatnot. I just want to pursue that. There's good wages in there, and it's a good career that I feel like I'd excel in.
Okay. So you want to go to a halfway house in Hartford?
I do.
And yeah, and I know the program that you're talking about that Mr. Sullivan is in charge of. So you will have a lot of resources through that program. So
Okay.
I appreciate that you did your work ahead of time.
Thank you.
Okay. So I have no further questions, and I really thank you for expressing how significant the Tier 4 program to you and how it has helped you. And I'm sure I'm all set.
Okay. So, Mr. Pantanella, do you believe that an addiction is a disease?
I absolutely do, 100%.
Okay. Are you going to be able to forgive yourself?
I think I'm on the road to forgiveness for myself.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to take a little time.
Mm-hmm. Okay, but you're worthy of it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm curious if you have if you can tell me why you think anger management is on your OAP. Your behavior in the facility has been fine, and you have not had any assaultive incidents out in the community except the underlying back in 2017.
I don't know why anger management. I thought it was removed from my OAP when I got to. I thought it was removed. Otherwise, I would have. I don't know why anger management would be on there. I've taken a stress management course. I don't know why anger management would be on there, to be honest.
Well, and you know, if we are to grant you today, we're looking at about 10 months of parole supervision. And when you talk about needing accountability and structure, parole is a perfect fit for that. You know,
Yes.
Your parole officer isn't just there to hold you accountable. They're part of your support system and want you to be successful. They can help you with programs and services to do that. You just have to be open to the relationship and let the parole officer know how you're doing. When you're starting to feel stressed, you need to talk to your parole officer, because you blame, you know, this violation of probation and your relapse on stress. So I'm glad to hear that you have the yoga and you've got some new tools to help you manage the stress. But your parole officer, you know, it's only 10 months that you would get to work with this person, but understand they want you to be successful and they can help you do that if you communicate, stay in touch, and let them know how you're doing, all right?
I understand.
Okay, all right. Mr. Sazowskis, any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly, sir, this offense was related to you driving your car and the police try to stop you and so forth. And then I know you're talking about long-term goal having a CDL. What's the situation with your driver's license right now?
My driver's license is fine. I currently have it in here in the facility. My license was suspended back then. I had since got it back. I have no issues with license right now.
Satisfied with that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Did take it off. I thought when I look back at my notes that it might have had to do with the fact that you argued with one of your bosses.
What was that? I couldn't hear you.
The anger management, I think, was tied to an argument you had at work.
I haven't had an argument at work for.
Yeah, but you quit a job at Belltown Motors because of an argument you had with the owner.
Yeah, that was a junkyard, I think 2012, I think.
And then you have this assault on public safety. So,
yeah.
Okay. So, Ms. Chance?
So I'm hearing a very different Mr. Pantanella today. He's almost completed the Tier 4 program, and in his opening comments, he expressed how much it has changed his outlook and, described in details that it really helped him to look at his criminal addicted behavior and to focus on the task at hand and help him with his impulsiveness and his participation in CCAR, which he's going to continue in the community, and he's going to look for a sponsor. He connected with Mr. Sullivan, who was associated with Goodwin College, who's going to assist him with vocational programs. And he also took the Smart Recovery Program, which has helped him to complete the financial literacy and the stress management, which was part of his previous problems that he identified. So I am in favor of granting Mr. Pantanella discretionary parole today, as I think it would be very helpful to him in completing the flat sentence.
I agree, but it's contingent for me on the completion of Tier 4. He doesn't have much more to go, right. But it does need to be finished before his release. Mr. Pantanella, you were halfway house approved and you have a flat sentence. Is there a reason you haven't gone out yet?
All right. Everybody, so I have a flat sentence. I am halfway house approved. I do talk to a couple people around the facility, and they tell me why haven't you waived your parole? Why haven't you waived your parole? What are you waiting for? You can go home already. I tell them honestly, I'm content where I'm at right now, and I need parole. Okay. There's benefits through parole.
That absolutely makes sense. I just wanted to clarify because you don't have a sponsor, so you need a halfway house anyway. And I was just curious because a lot of people in your position that are granted rehears then go out and skip the whole parole process. So I appreciate that Tier 4 doesn't feel like prison, and you understand in your best interest parole is going to be helpful to you. So all of that speaks well to how you're thinking about your future, and I'm impressed. So I'm a grant, Mr. Sazowski.
Yeah, I agree and I would like to see him finish Tier 4. There's not much left here.
Right. Okay. So contingent on Tier 4, halfway house placement. Any other conditions we want to see? Okay. I'm not going to stipulate any programs because he's got about 10 months, and I really want him to focus on his recovery as he reintegrates back into the community.
He's going to connect with CCAR and
Yes, so in the matter of Bryan Pantanella, inmate number 397766, there is a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 9th, 2024, with the following conditions. This is contingent on your completion of the Tier 4 program, which looks like it's approximately January 20th of next year, and halfway house placement. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Pantanella.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
This
Have a good day.
For
Happy
Bryan
holidays, guys.
Pantanella, 397766.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunkley. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is the hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, George Chance.
Good afternoon, Robert Sazowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Philip Santelli, 405-801.
This is a fee here being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Philip Santelli, inmate number 405-801. He is serving a sentence of 4 years jail flat for conspiracy, burglary third, violation of probation, burglary third, attempt to commit larceny third, larceny second, and larceny fifth. As of today, records reflect a parole eligibility date of March 24th, 2024. There is no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed the following program: Voices on March 22, 2024, and Tier 4 on October 1st, 2024. He is currently participating in the MAT program with an estimated completion of May 20th, 2029. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Santel, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Well, in my time being here, I've done Tier 4, and I've learned a lot about myself in Tier 4. I've learned to take accountability for my own actions, and I understand now more so than ever that my actions, no matter what they are, have a person that it affects. It falls within I'm affecting somebody with my actions always, whether or not I believe so or not. And honestly, before my participation in Tier 4 and with my one-on-one counseling that I've been participating in for the last 2 years, I didn't understand, how big of an effect I have on people in my life, you know what I mean? And all those people that love me, you know, and all the pain that I've caused them and all the people outside of me. Because all I worried about when I was younger was myself. And, you know, I turned 37 in here on November 5th of this year. And I believe today, you know, I'm a lot more mature than I was whenever I walked in here 3 years ago.
Okay, well, thank you for that opening statement, Mr. Santelli. You know how this process works because you were before the board last December. So I'm going to begin the questions.
Okay.
Have you been halfway house approved?
Yes.
Okay. And you have a flat sentence, and you were previously denied by the board, and you do not have a sponsor out in the community.
No.
Why are you still there?
Because I had no programs complete at the time.
I understand why you were denied parole the last time, but since then you've been approved for halfway house by DOC. Did they have a placement for you?
No, they haven't offered me placement yet.
Okay. All right. Well, that explains it. So I appreciate that you now understand the impact of your choices and your crimes on those who encounter you. I'm going to ask you to tell me what you think you put this elderly victim through when you attempted to break into his home with your co-defendant.
I'm assuming that I probably scared him. I honestly had no idea there was anybody in the home at the time. I was looking for a place to live at the time. I had been kicked out during COVID.
Okay, it's not about you. The question was about the impact on the victim.
Okay.
Anything else?
I'm assuming that I scared him and I probably put him through a traumatic event. I'm not sure what kind of effect I had exactly, but I'm sure I put him through.
Well, you violated his sense of safety in the world, right? We should all be able to feel safe in our own homes.
Right.
You know, and it's, frankly, Mr. Santelli, it's absolutely irrelevant that you didn't know he was in the house because he suffered as a result. And typically when this happens, people resort to extreme measures that are very expensive in order to restore their sense of safety. And by that, I mean, they may choose to sell their home or move, which is full of expenses. They may decide to put up cameras and bars on their windows and make their home a fortress. And then those bars and those cameras and those locks remind them of your actions every single day. So it really is a tremendous violation to have one's home invaded like that. And then add on top of it that the victim was elderly, maybe had more limited financial resources to be able to draw on to restore their sense of safety, maybe resulting in them feeling even more alone and isolated. Maybe staying home, having a sense of being hyper vigilant of who's around and who's coming around their home. So it's important to appreciate the full impact of the choices that you've had on the people you've harmed.
I understand.
Any thoughts on that? On the things that I've listed?
Other than I'm, fully sorry for my actions, and I'm sorry that I put the gentleman through that. Honestly, I never meant to hurt anyone, but I understand that I did. I'm sorry that I did.
So the people whose car you stole, what do you think you put them through?
Honestly, I wasn't involved in the stealing of the vehicle. I was in the vehicle, but I'm sure the person that had the vehicle stolen from would feel a sense of insecurity now, as far as like leaving their vehicle anywhere. Fear.
Well, and then they have if there's any damage, they have a deductible to pay. And then, do you appreciate, Mr. Santelli, that all of society then pays for your choices because we all suffer higher insurance rates? So, the insurance company is going to be out the money. they're going to pass on that expense to all of us.
Right.
I'm trying to take in your mood. How are you today?
Nervous?
Okay. You seem pissed off.
No, not at all.
Okay. All right. So you have a very serious problem with substances, and I'm thrilled to see you took Tier 4. You said you learned about yourself. What did you learn about your addiction?
Well, that I don't handle my stressors very well. I tend to resort to coping mechanisms that, I've learned in my past. I learned to take accountability for my actions and the things that I've done. I learned that I need help. I need a community to help keep me sober. I've been in NA and AA meetings 4 to 5 times a week.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you because the question was about what did you learn about your addiction? So you said that you don't handle stress well.
I don't handle stress.
What played into your initial picking up of crack cocaine that then led down this path to addiction?
I signed over my kids. I signed over the rights to my children after I got out for their benefit. I was trying to be selfless because it's what they asked for, so I did so. And it caused me to relapse. I didn't take it.
Well, you chose to cope with the uncomfortable decision that you made by picking up. Is that more accurate?
Yes.
So what have you learned by way of stress management?
Just as far as stress management goes, I've learned that I need therapy on a regular basis. I need to be able to talk about my problems and, get them out to somebody in a healthy way versus, resorting to using instead of, talking about my problems. I used to bottle things up and let them get to a point where I would explode or I would just lash out or I would, use to cope with the problems. And now I have, people around me that are, like-minded, that are helping me and are supportive to me, to help me with my addiction problems. And I'm going to continue
recovery
networking.
Community?
Yes.
Okay. And is that there in the facility or out in the community?
Here in the facility for the time being. Once I get into the community, I plan on going to AA and NA meetings also and developing a network when I get out. Also attending IOP and things of that nature.
So beyond engaging in therapy, what other methods to manage stress have you learned?
I've learned my counselor in Tier 4 had me writing.
Okay, so you journal?
Yeah, I would journal and stuff like that for a while, and I was saying that it helps. I mean, it helps not as much as the therapy does, but it helps. It's good to get the feelings out on paper and help assess what it is that I'm feeling and thinking.
Yeah, and it's a method of management in between your therapy sessions.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely. And then it also gives me something to talk about whenever I go to my therapy sessions also,
Right. Work through whatever you've been experiencing. What about yoga? We just heard from somebody who was doing yoga for stress management. Is that something that works for you?
I've never tried it, but I mean, I'm willing to. I listen to meditative music and stuff like that. So I tend to the hell they call it, meditate.
Okay. So you use the music and you practice?
Yeah, and I meditate, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, I tend
wonderful.
to, that's how I've managed to stay DR free for the entire time that I've been in too, is I tend to meditate and stay away from, the bad influences in here.
Well, that's important to do and good self-awareness. You said to the parole officer that you wanted to stay focused on the goal. What goal are you referring to?
Well, I'd like whenever I get out of here, for one, is to get my network set up, my recovery network first and foremost. And then eventually I would like to, once I am stable in the community and I myself am well enough, you know, hopefully get back into my children's lives. My children are coming up on the age of 18 now, so I'm hoping that once they turn 18 that, you know, I can reestablish connection with them.
And is your recovery your number one goal?
Yes.
Do you still have a fiance?
Yes, I do.
And that person is your co-defendant?
Yes.
Okay. So, you know, you're going to need to talk to your parole officer before you have contact with her.
I do.
And get it approved. You know, your parole officer would be somebody who's also part of your support system. And they have access to programs and services to help you be successful out in the community with referrals to IOPs and things like that.
Yeah, I fully intend to do IOP whenever I get out of here. I'm sure parole is going to want me to anyways, so.
Well, you only have about a year of supervision that this, if we grant you today, you'll be afforded. So, you know, make good use of the fact that you have this support person in the form of a parole officer to help you, you know, really get stable and on a solid path going forward, because you're dealing with, you know, some really serious substances and you still score out very high for your risk to reoffend. I think that's because of all the gun crimes in the past. So I certainly wish you much success going forward. Thank you for talking with me.
Thank you.
Mr. Sosowskis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no questions.
Okay. Well, we're done with the questions.
Okay.
Okay. Give us just a minute. So the prior panel wanted Mr. Santelli to continue on the path of positive behavior. He's had no DR since incarceration. And they wanted him to take programs, which he has done, the 2 on his OAP by completing Tier 4. He's got the best program possible to get started living his life clean and sober. And he does, as he's demonstrated through his answers to my questions, have a strong appreciation for the harm his crimes have caused others in the community. So I am interested in granting Mr. Santelli early release to discretionary parole based on the fact that he has a flat sentence and he has a lot of risk factors that I think parole can help with stabilizing him as he re-enters the community and resumes the rest of his life.
I agree.
Okay, so as far as conditions, I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with his co-defendant, Emmeline Harvey, without Theo's permission, and general no contact with his co-defendants from the residential burglary, Amanda Gilbert, William Gibson, and Kaitrana Freeberg. That sounds.
Yeah.
He also has Kyle Morrison and James Tufano from the larceny 2 co-defendants.
He also had William Gibson too.
I did say that after Amanda Gilbert. Okay, so we're gonna have a laundry list of. Okay, here we go. In the matter of Philip Santelli, inmate number 405-801, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 9th, 2024, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary. No contact with Amanda Gilbert, William Gibson, and Katrina Freeberg. No contact with co-defendants Kyle Morrison and James Tufano. And no contact with co-defendant Emmeline Harvey without PO's permission. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank
Santelli.
you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you very much.
The conclusion hearing for Philip Santelli, inmate number 405801.
Do you need any?
Thank you, man. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Give us 1 second, okay?
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024. This is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on the record certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Robert Stazauskas.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Josue Serrano, 410-692.
This hearing is being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Josue Serrano, inmate number 410692. He is serving a sentence of 2 years and 6 months flat for a violation of probation, sale of narcotics, carrying a pistol without a permit, and criminal trespassing first degree. As of today, record reflect the parole eligibility date of February 17, 2025. There is no victim input in this case. There is no final accountability for the offender. It has been reviewed and shows the offender has completed the following programs: Good Intentions Bad Choices on June 4th, 2024, and the Tier 2 program on August 7th, 2024. Excuse me. Yes. To follow back up with the programs. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the moderate range of risk to the Mr. Serrano, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
All right. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to plead my case for why I believe I should be granted parole. First, I want to acknowledge the pain that I have inflicted and the people's lives I was destroying in the process of me trying to make a quick dollar. And for that, I take full responsibility and I am truly sorry. Also, I would like to apologize to my family for having spent money that could have helped to pay bills, food, gas, but instead they have to spend it on me. And for that, I am sincerely sorry. I am also sorry for the countless tears that I have caused my kids and family while I have been away. I understand that guns are a big problem in America today, and I can promise you that I will never pick up another gun again. I've lost friends and family to gun violence. I don't want to fall a victim or come back to jail as well. During my time in Tier 2 and Good Intention Bad Choices and also SMART, I learned that the lifestyle I was living is an addiction. I was also a peer mentor in Tier 2. I learned that if I can change my environment and the people around me, that I can be successful in life and I don't have to resort into selling drugs. Again, furthermore, I had a job that was a 7-day job and I am now working an outside clearance job. Since I've been in jail, I've wrote countless times since December 2023 to be placed in voices and I keep being told to be patient. My plan for when I leave Carl Robinson is to become a business owner by first working hard and saving my money to start a food truck. Also, upon my release, I already have my job waiting for me. Upon release at Master Pest Control in West Hartford, Connecticut. I got in contact with my boss and he is a big part of my support system. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to be able to be granted parole and work hard on my dreams to become a successful, productive citizen. Finally, I want to thank you again and God bless all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Serrano. We appreciate that. We're going to take turns asking you questions based on the documents that were available to us. and then we will discuss your case and make our decision. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Sazowski will begin the question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
I appreciate your statement that you gave, acknowledging, your actions and your decision making that led you here. I think it's important part. It's an important part of rehabilitation that you understand, how this happened and that you contribute that to the right place. You mentioned you have an outside clearance job. Can you just talk about that a little bit? What are you doing?
I recently just started. I've only been about a week, almost 2 weeks now. I first got hired for detail 3, which is working outside on the yards and outside of the fence. And now I'm doing plumbing with the plumbing guys.
Okay, so the plumbing is inside the building?
Yeah, all over the compound. Since I was already approved for outside clearance, they gave me a shot.
So did you know how to do plumbing before? Is that a skill that you already had?
No, they're actually teaching me.
Okay,
I
that's
told
good.
them that I wanted to learn and be a sponge and just learn as much as I can.
Yeah. Is that something you think you might do on the outside?
Well, I already was an apprentice for master road and pest control. So I learned a lot there, and I wasn't scared to get my hands dirty. And I wouldn't mind getting my hands dirty with plumbing. Is a good trade as well.
Okay. Well, that's good news. Let's get back to what led you here. Can you just talk a little bit why you were selling drugs and carrying a gun? What was the motivation behind this? How did it start?
To be completely honest, I was selling drugs after I had lost my job, and then I had a gun with the lifestyle to protect myself. That at the time I felt I needed to protect myself, and I know that I was wrong about it, and I know I affected the community and the people around me.
Okay. So these things happen in life, like bad stuff is going to happen again to you, unfortunately, right? All of us, we have things that take place, and at some point in your life, you may lose your job again. That could happen. You know what I mean? So you have to develop better skills. So what would you do? Start working, and 6 months you get laid off, and they said, it's winter, we have no work, or whatever. The economy changes, and there's no work for you. So how do you handle that now?
Well, I've learned a lot of emotional intelligence as well. So how to handle my emotions and how to deal with different situations with the program Good Intention, Bad Choices. And also Tier 2, SMART. I've learned a lot of different things, how to handle my emotions, how to go about things. And I would just try harder to apply for jobs, whatever the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve.
Yeah, temporarily, maybe apply for unemployment. If you're on parole or probation or anything at that time, those people can be a resource to help you. But there are a lot of avenues. My point is, right? Losing your job is not an excuse to sell drugs. You know what I mean?
Correct.
It's just not. Yeah, you got all kinds of programs everywhere. Reintegration programs, the unemployment office, people that can help you. So just think about that when those things happen. Maybe it's not losing a job; it could be something else, a relationship situation. But people use those things as a crutch, this is going to be my reason I'm going to start doing these things. It's just not a valid reason. You know what I mean? How old are you now?
I'm 32 years old, sir.
It's time, right, to stop with all this?
Yes, it is. I've learned a lot. Being incarcerated is my first, long sentence. And like I said, I take full accountability for my wrongs and the wrongs that I've done the community as well, because I know that it affected the community as well.
All right, so you completed the Tier 2 program, and you mentioned a couple of things already about what you learned. How are you going to stay sober in the community and avoid this fast money lifestyle? How do you plan to stay sober?
Well, one thing is that before anything, I'm a father, and I know that
you know, that didn't stop me before, but now being away from everyone, and I really miss home. And not only just because I miss it, but actually, you know, like you said, reaching out to people. There's a lot of programs, AA, NA, you know, and a lot of clinics I can go to, the Willard Clinic, and going to therapy and going to my psychiatrist and all that good stuff, and actually really trying for the first time in my life. I'm really trying.
You got to follow through. Talking isn't doing anything. You know what I mean? Have you gone to any AA or NA meetings in a facility?
So I started going to NA, and then something happened along the lines. I'm not too sure what happened with the counselor that was running that class. Also was smart as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess she's no longer with us. Something happened, and the programs, like, they just stopped calling it for the ones that I was included in. And when I asked the counselor, they told me they were going to rehire someone else.
Okay.
But I was going to it.
Okay. Have you looked at places that you can go where you plan to go back to the community? Do you know where you can find those kind of resources, NA or NA meetings or AA meetings where you live at?
Yes, Wheeler Clinic is one of them. These charities, I think it's Catholic, something like that. And the Root Clinic. I've looked in a lot of places already.
So there's no excuse. You know where to go for help, right?
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about the disciplinary reports. I read about these. It's a little bit concerning because they're not that long ago. One was for fighting, and the other one looks like security tampering. Can you just talk about the fighting one first? What happened with that?
Honestly, again, you know, I take full accountability. It got out of hand, and I didn't really work on my emotional intelligence. You know, I've bettered my emotional intelligence, and, you know, through the programs and learning and asking questions. And when I sat in SEG, I really thought about it, and I know that, you know, it was wrong. And I know that I had to face it and, you know, make sure that I wasn't going to continue to do that.
What about this one with the security tampering? You remember that?
Yes, sir. So
you had the fighting, and then it was just you went to SEG, got out, and you got the security tampering or interfering with security not long after.
So count was not cleared yet, but he had finished doing count, and I got up to give my friend a juice stick while, like, we were eating together. And I know that I was wrong, and I should have not did it. I really didn't know the rules to the facility. I had just came in before it was a long time before I was in jail. I really didn't know, but I do take full accountability. And I sat there and SEG again, and I thought about it, and I haven't been in trouble since.
Okay. How do you think you changed overall since you've been incarcerated? How do you feel different?
I changed a lot. My thinking is clearer. I built a relationship with, you know, the counselors here. That's how I was able to get an outside clearance job. My work ethic is better. I'm carrying new things that I've learned in the programs, like good intention, bad choices, again, and SMART and Tier 2. And one of the biggest things I can honestly say, I know I keep on stating it, but is my emotional intelligence. It's something that I really worked on and studied on, and really worked how to express my feelings, and really work to respect others, and really work on that.
All right, so your sentence was 2.5 years flat, which is really not a lot considering the seriousness of this crime, you know. And this looks like it was your second weapons violation. You're gonna be required to be on the deadly weapon registry. Do you know that?
Deadly weapon offender registry, DWOR, yes, sir, for 5 years.
Yeah, and what do you think will happen if you get caught with another gun? What's going to happen, you think, when you come to court? What's the sentence going to be?
I don't think I know it's going to be a lot harsher. It's gonna be, a lot longer. And
Yeah,
it's
probably
gonna-
like 5 times longer. Like you're talking about like 10 years, that kind of situation. When people, it's like a third gun, you know what I mean?
Yes, and I
Understand
know
that?
also the new laws that they've changed in Connecticut. I know that, it'll be a lot rougher on me, and I have to set a good example for my son who's 6 years old and my daughter who's 16.
How did you end up with a flat sentence? Is that something you requested? You know how that happened?
No, sir. My lawyer negotiated that, to be honest with you.
Let's talk about your release plan and where you want to live and where you think you might go, and work. So can you talk about where do you want to live first? Let me talk about that.
Right now, I want to go to a halfway house to slowly transition back and be able to save and get my own apartment again and work hard.
What town is it you want to go to for the halfway house? What's your
Hartford and New Haven, sir?
Where would all this stuff take place at?
In Hartford.
You thought about that? That you're going
Yes,
back to the same place?
I did. I actually did. And I know that it was the city I grew up in, and sometimes being comfortable in a place is not good. But the thing is, I'm closer to my kids and my family. And that's why I chose Hartford first. And
you're also going to be closer to the people. You're also going to be closer to the people that used to be involved with doing this other stuff with the drugs and the guns and all that. You understand? Those people didn't disappear. They're still going to be around,
To be completely honest with you, I really didn't think about that. I just thought about being closer to my job again.
Yeah.
When I get out, because it's in West Hartford.
Yeah. I mean, that's all important. Being close to your family and your support and your job is important. I think you just need to recognize that there's also danger to going back to the same place where all this took place at, because all those other people that you were involved with are still there. You know what I mean? So how are you going to handle that when you run into people that you used to be involved with selling drugs, whether it's people that buy from you or people that sold to you? How are you going to handle that?
Like how I stated, I know through programs and stuff that changing the people and people around me is a very big difference.
Yeah.
And actually wanting it, I've actually want the difference, and actually going back to my job and working hard and appreciating the small stuff like work and my family and, my support system.
Freedom.
Yeah. You're correct.
Yeah, so you got a lot to lose. You have a family and a place that's willing to hire you. I read something about a long-term, goal you might have opening a food truck. How's that going to go? Are you going to start another job first and then work on that as something longer?
Well, I've read a lot of books like Think Big and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill and all that stuff. And like I said before, whatever the mind can conceive and believe it can achieve. And manifestation, I believe in it. I'm going to work hard. I did a lot of marketing before, and I know, like I have this big thing, that acronym that I learned, which is the 6 W's. Work will win when wishes won't. And I know if I work hard, like my grandfather and my mother and the people before me, it's not an excuse, and just work hard, save money. And I really have a passion for food. I have a ServSafe certification already. So I already have a name and all that good stuff. And I can already envision it and see it.
Yeah, there's no reason why you can't do any of those things. You have the certification, you have the experience. The only thing standing in your way is yourself and selling drugs and carrying guns. You won't find selling drugs or carrying guns anywhere in any of those books that you read, So you just there's nothing prohibiting you from doing all these things that you're saying, you know what I mean? Except for you.
Except myself.
Yeah. So, all right. Those are all the questions I had, sir. I'm going to let my colleagues ask you some questions. Good luck, okay?
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair.
I would just add to that end of your conversation, the only other thing standing in your way is a food truck's an expensive proposition. So you got to be willing to take the small steps to get to that long-term goal, because you said your high risk was falling back into making fast money.
Mm-hmm.
And I wrote down a question for myself to you is, what would you need fast money for? Well, we just answered that question, right? So you got to be willing to do it in steps. And, I share my colleagues' concerns about you going back to Hartford because, the police know you there too. And those you sold to know you as a drug dealer. So you're going to need to be prepared to face some of those challenges of, people and places. Ms. Chance.
Just very quickly, Mr. Serrano, you describe yourself as a functioning addict. What does it mean to you, and why did you describe yourself like that?
The reason why I describe myself like that was like what I've learned, just bad decisioning and actually being an addict where I would function around people and go to work. But I've never really been away and actually, that addiction started after, before, after I got released from my first sentence. And I've never actually really been away and clean. And now that I am, I want to continue that. And just to, add to her question, I had a list of resources when I finished Tier 2 about grants and places I can go to and things I can do for people who are released. And people have done it before. I know people that have done it before and changed their life, and I know I can do it too.
So my reason for saying that, Mr. Serrano, is that, when people describe themselves as functioning addict, they think that it's never going to catch up with them, and because they can go to work and function, but then there's a certain time of the day when that knee takes over, and it could be at the end of the day. Now, you identified the root center. I thought that was in Bridgeport. Do they have one in Hartford or New Haven?
They have two in Hartford. They have
Okay.
they have one on Main Street, and they have
Middletown.
No, they have two on Hartford though. They have one on Main Street and one next to the Meadows.
Oh, I know where you're talking about, the one at the Meadows. Okay.
Yeah, it's right next to the Mercedes-Benz dealer.
Yes, I know where you're talking.
Yes.
It's where the methadone clinic is.
Yes.
Right. So I do go along with what my two colleagues said about going back to Hartford. Your second place that you chose was New Haven. So if you went to New Haven, you'd be able to keep a job in West Hartford. That's what you're.
That's exactly, yes, what I was saying. But if it does, I know that I want change, and I am gonna change. I'm willing to change, and I know that I have, even though with my criminal history, that's not an excuse, but I know that I can apply for different jobs. And I'm pretty sure that I've heard that halfway houses, if you ask for the help, they're willing to help you out. And I have a family member, a cousin, who has her own business as a temp agency. And I already spoke to her, Jasenia Santiago, and she told me that she has places down in New Haven that are willing to work.
Okay. So make sure that if you find that you are not able to manage being in the same location, that you make the decision before you get into trouble again.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, good luck. I'm all set. Thank you, Madam.
Your parole officer, sir, will also know of felon-friendly employers willing to hire. So stay in good communication with your parole officer. I know that it's late in the day, but I have to ask, what's the name of the food truck?
The food truck, all right, so it's called, I smile when I say it because I have a burning desire to succeed, and it's gonna be called Beef Patty Burgers. I've thought about everyone selling hot dogs and out of food carts and out of, small little hot dog carts. And I thought about McDonald's and how I've seen the movie Founder and how they kept it simple. And I have a good blue cheese cheeseburger that I like making, so I want to promote that stuff.
All right, Mr. Serrano, I won't give you my next piece of advice, which was remember the vegetarians. So I will not be visiting your food truck. I wish you much success. Nevertheless, give us just a minute to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sosowskis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so Mr. Serrano has a 2.5-year flat sentence with no supervision to follow. And he has completed some programs and he was able to articulate what he learned from those. He has outside clearance and he's been working, learning new trade in the facility. Seems to be doing well and is able to articulate how he's going to stay sober and was able to specifically cite legitimate resources in the community that he plans to use and is clearly researched and knows where to go for help. I think he understands the weight of these charges and what will happen if he has more charges like this. I am concerned about these disciplinary reports. That's only one part of what I'm looking at. So based on the whole picture and everything I saw and the fact that he has a flat sentence, I believe that he could benefit from parole supervision in the community to help him get settled and transition back. So I'm going to vote to grant parole today.
All right. Ms. Chance. As do I. So as far as conditions, I have halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, and a general no contact with Alex Torres.
Okay.
Did you have anything?
No.
Okay. And that is you probably don't know that person by name, but that's the person whose home you ran through and busted out the windows and all of that. Okay. Do you know him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So in the matter of, how do you say your first name?
Josue. It's Joshua in English, but Josue.
Okay. Okay. In the matter of Josue Serrano, inmate number 410692, there is a motion to grant parole on or after your earliest eligibility date of February 17th, 2025, with the following conditions for your supervision. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment is deemed necessary, and a general no contact with Alex Torres. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Serrano. Go out and do good things.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Have a good day.
For Dunn Serrano, inmate number 410692.
Good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Dunn. Today is Monday, December 9th, 2024, and this is a hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. The following board members are present this morning and by stating their names on the record, certify they have reviewed all statutorily required documents and available pertinent information in preparation of this hearing.
Nancy Turner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Joy Chance.
Good afternoon, Robert Fizowskis.
Please state your name and inmate number for the record.
Paul Witherspoon, 431-735.
This is a rehearing being conducted in consideration of the application for Paul Witherspoon, inmate number 431-735. He is serving a sentence of 10 years suspended after 4 years, followed by 5 years of probation for criminal possession of a pistol revolver. As of today, record reflect a parole eligibility date of March 12, 2024. There was no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan for the offender. Since his last hearing date, the offender has completed the following programs: Voices on April 12, 2024, Embracing Fatherhood on March 26, 2024, and the Second Chance Child Program on May 20th, 2024. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score falls within the very high range of risk for recidivism. Mr. Witherspoon, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole. You may begin.
Yes, good afternoon. Bear with me because I'm not really good at speeches, but I did write something, but it was more like it had a lot to do with, I guess, my past. It was more like me telling you about my cousin dying and me being involved in a police shooting and my girl being shot. So me reading it, it kind of felt like I was giving myself excuses. And I didn't want to stand in front of you being a person that gives excuses, because there's no excuses for my actions. I take responsibility for everything I did, and those decisions I made was wrong, and I'm never going to make those decisions again. During the year Denny I had, it did give me time. It did give me time to really, I guess, prepare myself more for when I do come home. And I guess I can thank you guys for that, because, you know, if it wasn't for that, you know, I'm not saying I wasn't ready, but it definitely did give me more time to focus on myself, and it gave me a lot of insight on things that I didn't want to do in my life, like be here, like seeing a lot of people here coming in and out, older men, and this just is something that I don't want to be. This is not something I don't want for my life. I did take the programs, and I did leave the programs with a lot of information. Like in Tier 2, I learned to identify my triggers. Good intentions, bad choices. I learned that I need to really like think before I make actions, like think before I do things. And I also learned from good intentions, bad choices that I can't keep doing the same thing expecting different results. And in Voices, I learned that my actions don't only affect me, like they affect my community, they affect my family, and I gotta learn that I can't keep doing things to not only hurt myself, but hurt the people around me. And in fatherhood, I learned different ways to go home and reconnect with my daughter. Like they gave me ways to talk and, you know, be honest with her. Like she's 7 years old now, so I could talk to her, be honest, and different things I can do to really like gain that trust back and get our relationship back together. And my support system is good. Like I have my mother, my uncle, my brothers. Everybody just want to see me be the person they know I can be. I really, I guess, had trouble like expressing myself. So mental health really helped me like express my feelings and give me like an outlet to talk more, because I wasn't really good with like talking or speaking, like really like putting my emotions out there. So mental health really helped me a lot, and that's because my family members really pushed me to talk to them, and you know, that definitely helped me out. But my support system is great. that's why I chose to move my sponsor to West Haven. So I want to be in my old neighborhood. I want to be around any of my old triggers, my old friends, any of the old places I'll be around. And my uncle, he does construction. So when I come home, as soon as I come home, I actually jump into working. I used to work with him a lot when I was younger, but I could jump right into working with him. He does a lot of things, painting, sheetrock. You know, it's a lot of snow, gonna be a lot of snow at the time. So, you know, snow pickup. And my mom, she works at a warehouse. So her boss said if I put in the application that my father would be pulled, but that's, if I work there, it'll be part-time because my main focus is trade school. I want to go to trade school for welding. Me and my family members, we looked it up. I think Goodwin is the closest to me, so Goodwin would be like a good choice for me. And I've been wanting to do welding, and I should have actually been put to the foot forward to really do it. But now, like, I know what I really want to do, so that's gonna be my main focus. And at the end of the day, I don't really have room for any more mistakes. I'm 27 years old. I'm grown. My daughter's 7 years old. I can't be missing too much. I can't miss any more time. Like, during this past year, my father passed away, and it opened my eyes a lot because I don't want that to be me and not have did what I was supposed to do for my child. Like, I just can't see myself doing it. Like, me and my father's relationship was okay. I don't know. I don't feel like I should. Like, I just don't want that to be me. I want to be able to leave my daughter something, you know, something that I was never left. A house, something. Like, I gotta do something different. Like, my mom always tell me, as parents, she try to do better than what her parents did for her. So for me, I should try to do better from what my parents did for me, for my child. So my main focus is just to better myself, be a better father, and continue to be a better part of society. And I thank you for allowing me to be in front of you again. I know this is a privilege, and thank you.
This was a great opening statement, Mr. Witherspoon. So much better than reading us something you had written out. You know, that you're not making excuses. The only thing I'll say a lot to you, but the first thing is what your daughter needs is you. You know, so a house is a nice aspiration, but the love and the memories with her dad is what she's going to cherish. So don't put the pressure on yourself at 27 that you need to be a homeowner to leave a legacy for your daughter to have, you know, her own place. Because really, keep your priorities and your values, and what matters is being in her life, guiding her. Okay. I was on your previous panel, and I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Chance for questions, but it's really good to hear you and see you again and see the progress that you've made in this past year and the investment in yourself. It's all good. All right, Ms. Chance?
Yeah, so the smart thing that you did today is really spoke from your heart and talked about what this rehear, this opportunity of rehear has done for you. And you're right, all that other stuff was all things that we would have said, we have read those and heard about that. So I just wanted to ask you something. So you changed the location from Middletown to West Haven?
From New Haven to West Haven.
Oh, but you were going to work with your uncle. I thought, where was he? In
West Haven.
In West Haven.
Yes, ma'am. My uncle lives in West Haven, yes.
It's NH then. Okay. So I know you started the Good Intention Bad Choices program, and I know it has a new name now, but did you finish it, or did you do the majority of it before you were transferred?
I'm pretty positive that I did finish it. Like, I know before me leaving, Osborne. I did see King, the counselor in Osborne, and when we did talk, he did say that I was good and everything was done, but I definitely never got the thing that you write to let you know that you finished it. But I know I had to finish it because it's not on my OAP. Like for it to be off my OAP, I have to already completed the program.
Right, well, they've changed the good intention, bad choices. It has a different name. So maybe that's why. So, tell me what was going on when you got that, DR in July of this year.
Well, it wasn't really nothing going on, actually. My father just passed. I just seen his body the day before, so the day of that was his funeral. I never got a ticket before, for one. For two, I don't play like that. I never play like that. But the situation was between two individuals. Like it was an isolated situation. When the situation did occur, they both made statements and they both told them what was going on. And he came back, when the lieutenant came back to get me, I was surprised. So when I did go to SEC, I asked them if like they took like their statements into consideration. They said it didn't matter. Like, so I could afford it, but I was in SEC for 5 days. I haven't talked to nobody in 5 days, and that was the weekend of my father's funeral.
What is it that they said that you did?
They said that I helped pant somebody, like pull their pants down, like in a joking matter, because they was playing, but they said that I helped him pant somebody when he was to the cell next to me. I don't know, they said on camera it looked like I did, so I don't know the angle of the camera, and I never even seen it because I signed it. I didn't want to fight it. If I was to fight for the ticket, I have to be in SEC for another 7 days. I couldn't be in SEC for 7 days after I didn't talk to my family in 5 days. It was my father's funeral. I just signed it.
Okay.
But it is statements though. I don't know why they didn't. They got statements saying that what they did, and they never included me. They told them I didn't do it. I was in SEC with the person that did it. They told Lieutenant that I didn't do it. And for me to actually beat the ticket, I had to fight for that long. I signed it.
Okay. So, your concern was you went and served your time so that you could connect with your family.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have a good relationship with your dad?
Yeah, growing up, yeah. I mean, he was in jail like a lot, like he was incarcerated a lot when I was younger, but growing up, I spent a lot of time with him. Yeah, I love him.
What do you think he would be saying to you now?
He's been telling me to stay strong, be me, telling me to stop letting everything get to my head and just to stay away from the nonsense. He'd tell me not to be him. That was his favorite line. He loved me, like he had a lot of faith in me. And I got a lot of faith in myself, so I'm gonna do exactly what he want me to do. Become a better man.
So you're going back, you want to go back in the community and you chose West Haven. You have the support of your mom and your uncle. And what are you going to do about a job?
A job? Yeah, I have to put an application in for my mom's warehouse job, and I know her boss will pull it and I'll work there fine. But it'll probably be part-time though, because I'm trying to go to school for welding, so that's like really my main priority.
Have you applied to go to any college yet?
And here, no. But when I go home, it's gonna be a good one. I mean, my people already looked it up, so they have more of the paperwork and everything for me. I think FAFSA and everything that I have to fill out when I get out there. So the next available class or whatever, that's gonna be my first thing I do.
And in the meantime, you'll work with your uncle or get a job where your mom is working?
Yes, ma'am.
I know your drug score says a 3, so do you have a problem with drugs?
No, ma'am.
Well, you know, it's a read here for you and you seem to have done well. You explained the DR and you do have support. So I don't have any further questions. I think you did pretty good this time around. And I'm very pleased with your opening comments today.
Thank you.
So Mr. Witherspoon, I just want to check in with you because on the prior conviction, where you were out on probation for the possession of a shotgun or silencer, you had to serve 18 months. Now you're back with a new gun conviction, and now you're serving 4 years. Do you see where this is going?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A third go at this, and you're going to be discharging in your late 30s if you're lucky. And your daughter's going to go, Paul who? So you really need to appreciate that you are a convicted felon prohibited from possessing firearms and ammunition for the rest of your life. Okay, and you're back on the deadly weapon offender registry with a new 5-year term. Please take that seriously, sir. It could really screw up your future. If we grant you today, we're going to need to put a halfway house placement on there. You didn't have a second sponsor, and it appears that your uncle's on probation, so that might not get you approved. So how are you about a halfway house?
I'm fine with a halfway house. I never was told to put down a second sponsor. I did have a second sponsor, was my brother.
Okay, if you do, then you can let the Parole and Community Services know about that. But I'm just telling you, it may or may not work because he's still on probation as opposed to he was on probation 10 years ago, which is all very different. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Sosowski.
I don't have any questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Okay, terrific. All right, so it looks like we're pretty much all on the same page.
Yes, we are.
Okay. Aside from halfway house, I had a question when I was on his prior panel about a no alcohol stip. And that was because what was documented in his mental health evaluation.
I had it checked.
Pardon?
I have it.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll make it those two. So this is going to afford just over a year discretionary parole supervision before Mr. Witherspoon begins 5 years of probation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the matter of Paul Witherspoon, inmate number 431735, there's a motion to grant parole on or after today's date of December 9th, 2024. With the following stipulations for your supervision. You're not to consume any alcoholic beverages, and you're to be placed in a halfway house if needed. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Congratulations, Mr. Witherspoon. Go
Thank
forth
you
and do good things.
Thank you very much. I do have a question. So with my sponsor, who do I ask to write for that?
Mr. Douglas?
I will meet with you when I come back to the facility and get that information and put it into your file.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
This concludes the hearing for Paul Witherspoon, inmate number 431735.
Thank you.
2 o'clock on the nose.
Very good.